Jim is currently in Brazil and would like to speak to us.
James, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and speak when you're ready.
Are you messaging him?
I just didn't get a response.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's get started. And as you saw, we decided to just give the whole slot to the presenters, and that also means questions throughout, but don't overdo it. But it would be great if discussions were. All right. And so the thank you. Well, thanks for taking over. And so you have until 9:50 with question.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So
Morning.
I'm Zhe Yang from Liaoning University in China, also from the Center for Economics for Human Development at the University of Chicago, working with Professor Heckling on this study about preferences for children. So our study is motivated by the question, what are the risk preferences for children? And how do psychological traits and background determine their risk preferences? And here's our conceptual framework. The thing in the center, the true preference of a target. However, the data, we only have observed choice, and between the two, there are a wheel of decision noise and the behavior guess. That means for any correlation between the choices and IQ and personality traits, we need to imply from the observed choices to infer the true preferences. For instance, if we observe a negative correlation between IQ and the probability of playing lottery, to what extent that means a negative correlation between IQ and true preferences. So to answer that, we argue that the structural model is needed to isolate the effects on the true preferences from the effect on noises and guessing behaviors. And the same issue pertains for the relationship with personality traits and background variables. And that's what we are doing in these studies. So this is the start of our starting point, our model. It's a random utility model. And as we all know, the children do not have a good knowledge about what they want. And when they decide on binary choices, there's a lot of random shots. So they compare the utility of the two options in a choice. And upon that, there's a decision noise, tau B and tau A on the two options. And we define epsilon, the difference in shots, as tau B minus tau A. So in total, a decision is made by combining the utility difference and the random shots. And option B is chosen only if the difference in utilities overcome the random shock.
I can reinterpret that slide as the epsilon is the preference.
The upside.
Yeah, I don't have to interpret it as there was a truth.
Okay.
I can interpret it as there's a variable truth. And that's what the original random utility model said. So you can't avoid that particular issue. It's just, I should have let you go on.
Sure. The data we are using are from Mianzhou County in Sichuan province in China. And the data has a large sample size and contains a rich set of measures on risk, IQ, and personality traits. And in this talk, we're going to focus on cross-section with fifth graders surveyed in 2019. So this summary statistic table shows that boys and girls have very different personality scores. In particular, girls has higher personality scores than boys on conscientiousness, agreeableness, and emotional stability. On average, the children are about age 10, and about a quarter live in urban area. A third of their fathers went to high school, and many of them are left behind by their parents, as their parents are working or migrating for work in larger cities in other parts of China. So in the survey, we elicitate risk preferences by letting children going through multiple choice lists. And these tasks are incentivized, and there are in total 56 tasks, which each is a binary choice. Yes.
Ask what's the context of this, sir? Like, was it deployed just for this, or was it deployed for some other reason? Like, why does this data exist?
Why is the task exist?
No, why, where does this survey come from? Is this like a piece of it that's attached to another?
Oh, it's a piece of it. It's a piece of the entire survey. The purpose of the entire survey is to investigate the left behind children, and economic preference module is part of the data, and among them there's a risk module.
So it's oversampling left behind children in that sense? Or is that the percentage of
The
like
sample is
50?
a universe of primary school children in one county in China.
Well, it's not just left behind children. It
Yeah.
overrepresents
Oh,
left
yes.
behind children, but it's not an oversample. It's rural Chinese children predominantly, but there's still about 25% that are urban by the standard of the day, the standard of the province. So, but it's a longitudinal study, and we follow these kids from the time they're in fourth grade now into college, with multiple aspects of their personality, but also their risk preferences and a variety of elicitations that are standard in behavioral economics, like ambiguity, time preference, reciprocity, negative and positive, and maybe we can talk about that later. But so it's a longitudinal study where we link psychological measures with economic measures. So it's a sample of all the schools in this one province in China.
The IQ is measured by Raven's test, and personality traits reported by teachers using the Big Five inventory. We also collected student self-report, but we used teachers because in a previous study, we found that teacher-reported personality traits predict much better than student self-reports.
That's an important point only because the so much widely used studies using self-reports of students and of young children, but those turn out to be predictive for things like psychiatric syndromes, depression, and so forth and so on, but not so good for school and aspects of self-control and personality shaping decisions about life's choices. So.
And so just to clarify, the one you showed me on the summary statistics, that are those teacher reported ones, right? The conscientiousness, the girls being
Right, they're
63.
based on teacher reports.
Yeah, and is there any concerns that that's how teachers perceive socially girls rather than them truly being more conscientious? There's a kind of more gender bias among the teachers. Is there any possibility?
Well,
Yes.
if the bias is there, it's very predictive. It turns out that it's systematic because the girls are also doing better in school. I mean, we have a series of papers where we find that teachers' reports were far more predictive of a variety of behaviors than self-reports, as long as they were academic and the like. And so, and these teachers' reports will be over the sample of the course of the sample. We'll have lots of data on from multiple assessors of teachers. So it's not just one teacher.
The survey, instead of giving the money, we give the children tokens, which will later be converted to stationery, books, and backpacks as rewards from the game. The payment was made at the end of all the tasks and based on one decision randomly selected at the end of the lottery. And during the process of the survey, the children don't know the outcome of previously played lotteries, so the wealth does not accumulate. So that ensures that children consider the risks across the tasks independently. For the notation of our random matrix model, we use I to indicate individual and J to indicate specific binary choice. In total, there are about 1,000 observations for each gender and 56 binary choices for everybody. So we assume that the epsilon, the decision shock in the risk tasks, are correlated across choices. And there is a latent factor theta in the random shock, and we call it we explain it as a persistent component of the shock. And the remaining part U is the transitory random shock, and the two are independent of each other. For simplicity, we assume that we restrict the loading speed before the theta lambda J to 1 for every task. So this is departure from a standard model from the literature, which assume independent errors across choices, which effectively restrict the lambda to 0. So we also model the decision regarding whether to guess on a risk choice. The uppercase G is indicator of whether to guess instead of thinking carefully on a task. It depends on a latent variable, which has an epsilon part and a structure part eta. So for the epsilon part in the guessing equation, we assume it has similar error structure as in the decision.
A comment on what could be done. You could make this a costly self-elicitation. And then it would be like this, except it wouldn't be discrete 1, 0. You can introduce a cost function deciding on how far to go in understanding.
But that's an ingredient. That's an ingredient of what determines eta. And part of the cost, as you'll see, is basically the cognitive noise in the deliberation decision. And so as a limit of this model, as the noise becomes unboundedly large, guessing is 50-50 on the principle of insufficient reason. So we do allow
specialized cost function. Okay.
It would be great to put some cost features in the structure.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, the survey.
So both psychic and this cognitive noise cost as well. So
got it.
You summarize both equations, deliberation equation and guessing equation has a transitory component in errors and a persistent component. And we use a scalar ICC in each equation to represent the relative contribution of the persistent part of the error. So there's ICC for deliberation and BCC for guessing. And the two thetas, two persistent parts in the errors could be correlated, and we estimate it as an extra parameter. So this equation shows that the total decision has two stages. In the first stage, the child decides whether to guess or not. If yes, then the probability of choosing option is just a half. If the children decide not to guess, then the second stage of deliberation starts. For utility functions, we started with two functional forms, the traditional CRA and an extra power, which is more flexible than the CRA. So the CRA, standard CRA utility function there's a single parameter for risk preference R, which stands for constant relative risk aversion. The argument S plus W is the total wealth of the child in a certain outcome, in one outcome. So here S represents number of tokens rewarded from the game, and W represents the resources available to the child outside of the game. So for convenience of the talk, we refer W as wealth and S plus W as the total wealth. The extra power utility function has an extra parameter beta. And it nests CRA function as a special case of beta going to 0. And the X power utility function has a relative risk aversion equation that is the risk aversion, it depends on the total wealth as long as beta is not 0. Holding R constant, the greater the beta, the faster the risk aversion growth with total wealth. We also extend this utility functions to include loss aversion. The loss aversion occurs when the losses matters more than gains of the same size, and we assume there's a reference point SR. If outcome is no worse than the reference point, then the total utility is just as the previously defined utility. If the outcome is worse than the reference point, then the losses from the reference point will be magnified by L folds. So here the L is the parameter of interest for loss aversion. It's a positive number. And previous models without loss aversion impose a restriction L equals 1. So the reference point, we assume it's exogenously manipulated in the survey such that in the last 2 multiple price lists, the child was given an endowment of 20, and after they play the lottery, they could lose some of the 20 from their endowment. So here's our major findings. So first, there's a substantial difference in risk preferences by gender, and second, actual power model fits much better than CRA model in almost all specifications except for the simplest one for boys. Actual estimates from actual power model revealed interesting gender difference in the risk aversion, such that girls are more risk averse at high stakes, whereas boys are more risk averse than girls at lower stakes. So psychological traits improve the model fit, but not change the mean prediction of risk preference by much. The marginal effect of psychological traits on risk preference also differ by gender. Loss aversion improves model fit a lot.
When we talk about the weights, are this adjusted for the number of parameters in the model?
Yes, we use archaic information criteria to adjust for that. We also investigated the role of background variables in the risk preference and found that background variables do not directly affect risk preference. Instead, they operate through psychological traits. The psychological traits in turn affect risk choices mostly through affecting the noise and guessing rather than the risk parameters, except for conscientiousness and openness for voice. So that means the correlations between the observed choices and background variables does not reflect the true correlation between the economic preference and those background variables. So based on our finding, we eliminate these 2 potential links. And we also found that the correlation structure in the arrow shots are important. Ignoring the correlation between the random shots would not only affect the model fit, but also change the estimate result a lot. Yes.
I'm still trying to understand your utility structure and specs on how we. The first background question is you have wealth in there. By that you mean like the wealth of the parents, or how do you measure wealth?
That's a very good question. In our one of our ongoing work, we explore what does it mean for children's wealth. So conceptually, is the resources available to children. And in the survey, there's no such direct measure, and we estimate as an extra parameter.
Well, but we also proxy it with measures of family background like income and education and so forth. And in one of our collaborative projects in Thailand, we also have measures of the children allowance, actually, that gives us some benchmark, but it's an open question. And we'll come to that at the end of the talk if we ever get there, because that's a huge question in this literature, what W is. And we're hammering away at it. We'll show you that this does affect the way we interpret risk aversion parameters. But so we could hold it for a second. I mean, I agree completely. It's important, and it's not obvious.
So a second related question, the expo power utility function. I mean, so in the dynamic, Bellman kind of problem, the decisions really must depend on the risk aversion of value function, not of a point in time utility function. So is the expo power function in part of allowing that to that kind of logic? You care not just about a current event, but previous, your circumstances, which is intended to allow that.
Well, there's no accumulation. I mean, it wasn't clear in the presentation, but literally they play the lottery one at a time, but it's not like they're accumulating a stock of wealth, because the payoff is you're playing each one of these on its own. And then the ultimate payoff is a lottery over the outcome of all those different choices that you made. And so it doesn't accumulate in the standard way that it would in a standard dynamic problem with savings. Otherwise, it would have a real implication here for the nature, but we're not allowing that in this particular setting. Is that clear or not?
Yes, thank you. That helps.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And we found guessing improves model fit, and also guessing changes the estimate for the parameters of the arrow structure. So for the estimate of risk aversion, when we use the standard CRA model without considering the correlation between shots, we found that girls are more risk averse than boys. And this gender difference vanished after accounting for correlated shots in the arrows. And when we shift from CRA to expo power model, we found that there's no overall gender difference in one direction. Instead, girls are less risk averse than boys at low wealth, but more risk averse than boys at higher wealth levels.
Or higher stakes levels, because it's S plus W.
Right,
So,
total wealth.
intersymmetrically, identical.
And this picture depicts the risk aversion as a function of total wealth. So girl starts at low risk aversion, but end up at high risk aversion when the total wealth is high. And the crossing between girls and boys risk aversion occurs at around 30 numbers of tokens. Then what is the W? So conceptually, the W term is needed because welfare not only depends on what they get from the game, but also they already have outside of the game before they play the lottery. But what does it mean for children? For adults, it's simple. If the reward in the game is profit, then W would be just prior wealth. But children, what does it mean for W? So we started by following the literature, assuming S, the tokens and the wealth are perfectly substitutes. And we started by fixing W at 1 and test sensitivity to alternative values. And then we estimate W as a function of parental characteristics. And in that approach, we estimated that the mean prediction for the W is 2.1 for boys and 0.7 for tokens. Which means they perceive their resources outside game as equivalent to 2 tokens for boys and 0.7 tokens for girls. And in the third approach, we relaxed the assumption and model explicitly the trade-off between number of tokens and children's wealth. And here's how we let the personality traits enter the model. For each parameter, we assume it is a linear combination of IQ and personality traits. Some of the parameters take values on a real space, such as the R and beta. So just in this simple case, we model each of them as linear combination of the IQ and traits. Some of the parameters as a range of being positive between 0 and 1 or between -1 and 1. In those cases, we use exponential logic and parabolic tangent transformation respectively. So this table report results of estimates of CRA and expo power model using the simplest specification possible, which means no error correlation, no behavior guessing, no personality trait defect, no loss aversion. So in this simple setting, the estimated R in the CRA is 0.84 for boys and 0.94 for girls. So in this simple setting, we replicate the pattern in the literature, found in the literature that girls are more risk averse than boys. And this expo power result estimates gives a mixed results on gender differences. Boys has higher R than girls, has lower beta than girls.
Just you've made kind of a big identifying assumption in all of this, which is there's a fixed trait, time invariant, and you're going to find it, and everything is about the mean level of that trait, so you can report higher and lower. But I could take another moment and say, actually, there's also variability. People are different in how stable their preference is, and sometimes they actually have different preferences, and then I could reinterpret the correlation as, well, that was the fluctuation in the real preference, and I care that when you reversed your verdict on relative risk aversion by using that variable, you might also be saying that one of them is more variable than the other in terms of that parameter. So I wonder if there's an identification problem that says it could be that you've identified a second moment, not just the first moment.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. One thing that's interesting, there's a paper that was published in the JPE a couple of years ago by Jagelka, following on our previous literature about risk preferences, all within a CRRA framework. And he allows the risk preference parameter to fluctuate from choice to choice. So literally, each item is going to be varied. What we do is kind of test that. So the fact that the theta, or the fact that we find this kind of correlation in the shocks over subsequent choices, means there is a trait-like quality there as well. There is a trait-like quality. There is some stability in the choice. But how we allocate it to the preference for risk, like the R and that C and that expo power, or this shock theta, which is kind of a mystery thing, is an open question. But it's not formally. I mean, that's an open question which we're resolving. but there is a choice stability. So you could interpret this stability as saying, yes, there is an R parameter that we haven't really, and there is some heterogeneity even across choices. So maybe a compromise between this and the and the Jagelka type of framework is required, and that's very much under investigation. So I completely agree that there's an issue there how you interpret that correlation. So it could arise from either matter, and the theta d is kind of mysterious, and more mysterious than I care for. But it does mean that in terms of traditional elicitation and a lot of the models that are stated in terms of shocks across preferences, like so much of the literature, and I'd be happy if there's some other papers to cite here, has assumed that these traits are either like Jagelka IID, I mean the risk preference is IID across choices, or basically that it's like an IID utility shock in a lot of the models of like for example, some of the work that Woodford has done and Kaplan and others surveying the literature. I think that it's generally the finding of correlation is important, and the interpretation remains to be fully settled.
So we use likelihood ratio test to test the CRA restriction, and then we did it in lots of alternative models. And we found that in all of these models, CRA assumptions rejected in favor of the expert power for both genders, except for boys in the simplest specification. And this table reports the mean prediction of the parameters using the full expert power model. The number reveals that girls has higher random noise size than boys, and ICC number is about 40% for deliberation and more than 50% for guessing. So these numbers indicates a strong correlation between the shocks. And finally, the guessing probability is about 14% for boys and 19% for girls. So we test the goodness of fit across all models, all specification we have tried based on the archaic information criteria. So we experiment by turning on and off all of these 4 features, whether to use actual power rather than CRA, whether to incorporate the error correlation, whether to include guessing, and whether to include personality trait effects. So that makes 16 models in total. Across all of these models, the one incorporates all of these 4 features fits the best for both genders. And these 2 pictures describe the heterogeneity in risk aversion across individuals. The graph on the left is shows the distribution of risk premium of a lottery of low stake between 2 and 20 and a chance of 50-50. It shows that overall the boys, the blue ones, has higher risk premium than girls in general. The picture on the right shows the distribution of risk premium of a lottery high stake between 20 and 200. So in this picture, it shows that girls on average are more risk averse, has higher risk premium than boys. So there's a reversal of gender differences, low and high stakes, which is consistent with the result of estimating the type RRA curve with the crossing. So in the next slide, we are going to show the impact ignoring errors correlation on the estimate of this RRA curve. The solid line includes ICC and dashed line ignores it. It shows ignoring ICC would vastly underestimate boys' risk aversion, making the crossing point, shifting the crossing point to the left, so making girls much easier to be more risk averse than girls in the results. We also did a comparison for ignoring guessing. So this time, the consequence is much smaller. ignoring guessing has only a small impact on estimating RRC curve, RRA curve for both genders. To assess the importance of guessing and noises, we decompose choice mistakes into contributions of 3 error sources: the transitory random noise, the correlated shocks, and guessing. And we found that random transitory noise makes the largest contribution among the in the choice mistake. We reduced the decomposition in terms of utility loss and found that guessing contribute the most to the utility loss among the 3 error sources. And the girl suffers more than boys in utility loss because of errors in guessing. So this graph reports the marginal impact of IQ and 5 personality traits on relative risk aversion by gender. So for each marginal
Yeah,
impact,
I'm a little bit worried. You're going through slide by slide, but we don't have that much time left. I think it might be useful to get to the main points here instead of just, I mean, this slide is just showing that literally the estimate of the risk aversion itself and the effect of the psychological parameters on the risk aversion does vary by the size of the stakes. That was kind of that's a consequence of the expo power, this wealth effect that shows up. So why don't we just do this collectively? So keep going, just advance the slide. Yeah. So literally what we're finding is basically that the psychological traits, this goes back, there's a big literature asking whether or not economists' preferences and psychological preferences, the big 5 and these other personality measures that have a big effect on are really the same. And the answer is they're not the same in the sense that the point of departure is that we're looking at how these traits enter this choice model, the graph that Job put up. But I think we want to look at the structure of how these enter. And so basically the big finding here for deliberation noise is that conscientiousness and IQ reduce it. That's intuitively obvious. And emotional stability reduces the persistent noise. For girls, IQ and openness have little effect on deliberation noise, but they do reduce ICC. And then we also find, and this is part of the model of guessing, not only is it the size of the deliberation noise, but it's also the sense in which these psychological traits matter. And it does matter, but mainly for boys. You can see here. So why don't you go forward? Because otherwise we're never going to finish, or we're going to finish without telling our story. And so if you do a decomposition, just a standard kind of, I would call it a Leibniz decomposition of the parameters one by one, evaluated at the means of the sample, that basically it's the coefficient differences that matter rather than the endowment differences that matter. So keep going, please, in terms of the contribution of traits. And this is a list that we can send around about the various channels through which the psychological traits are answering, are operating. So you can see they're really quite different. There's a long list for boys, but the traits are not. See, one of the ways that the traditional literature has proceeded is by saying, well, conscientiousness and risk aversion are really closely related, or IQ and risk. But what we're finding instead is that it's operating subtly through this, but it's a lot of the noise in particular, especially conscientiousness and IQ. The IQ matters a lot, and so forth. If you look for girls, go to the girls, please. The girls? Yes, and we find fewer channels, and basically we're finding the structure here is actually working towards a reduction. So it's different. The point is different. If you do a systematic test, but for girls, it's not ever affecting directly what we call risk preference, at least in traditional economics. It's operating through these kinds of signal extraction components and through guessing. So keep going, please. And so these are the basic parameters. This is where the contribution is, but let's keep going. I think we're running out of time. So let me get to the couple of the main points. And so socioeconomic variables operate through IQ and personality traits. And this is something that's important because, as I understand a lot of the behavioral economics literature, there's a notion that the background effects are having a big consequence on directly on the preferences. But way we see these operating, this is background of the father, the education, and so forth and so on, and the experience the father's had, including working on the East Coast, because some of these are left behind children, that these socioeconomic variables are not directly operating on preferences, but they're operating through the traits that affect the way that we screen and get signals on the preferences. So keep going, please. Now, we also estimate loss aversion, and this is actually turns out to be very important. And in all the models we fit, including the ones that Jia was just showing, loss aversion is basically found as a statistically significant component. And one of the major findings, this is the standard Kozegi-Reagan type of analysis, modified to make it identified in this framework. But basically, we can find that we do much better in terms of just the goodness of fit. Keep going, please. Yes, and we find that loss aversion is greater for girls than it is for boys. You can see what the loss aversion ratio, that's true in all specifications of the model, whether it's expo power or CRA, but keep going, please. And we can also find then that the ratio, if we look at the determinants, the psychological determinants of this loss aversion, we can see conscientiousness reduces loss aversion and IQ, and extroversion increases loss aversion. But for girls, it's not a very pleasant story. You don't find very strong relationships with these traditional psychological measures. Okay, keep going. We're nearing the end. We may be at the end. And so we get a similar pattern as we had before when we bring loss aversion in, finding reversal at stakes. So keep going. Keep going, please. Yes. And then if we look at the distribution of loss aversion, and there's a distribution because they're parameterized to depend on these psychological traits, we can see that everything, overall, the distribution of the X variables, the background, the conscientiousness, the psychological traits, and so forth, on average, girls are more loss averse than boys. Keep going, yes. Okay. And then we can get similar finding, but this is just showing the loss aversion is shifting that crossing point over to the right. So keep going. Okay. And so this is the finding, but the estimate for girls, the very similar to the kind of analysis that showed up in a recent JEL paper by Brown et al. I think Cameron is part of that story, and the girls at 1.92 and the boys at 1.95. Okay, keep going, please. Keep going. Okay, but let me answer. Let's settle, because there's one thing that was brought up in the seminar that's very important. We already showed you, and just reviews the fact that the estimates that we're getting on, for example, R and CRRA, just the standard benchmark, depends critically on the stakes that we use to set this. So this is the econometric estimates of what the W is. So understanding what W is plays a really important role econometrically. So keep going. Okay, keep going, please. And so what we do in the final stages here of our work, and this is ongoing work, but we have some results, is that we now say, look, S and W, those are taken directly from the long-standing risk aversion literature in economics. And what we do now is basically say, okay, we have an S, we have a W, but there should be maybe a trade-off. Why should they be perfect substitutes? So one natural point of departure is basically to say, okay, imagine that we have the utility function in which there's a trade-off between the stakes and what we call wealth. Wealth could be the stock of toys the kid has, the endowments the families get, the allowance, like in T's study. T. Killenthong, by the way, is the person I'm referring to, and so forth and so on. So we estimate this model, and we estimate the model under different assumptions about W, but in parameterizing it, so it depends on things like family resources, as best we can measure them, income, stock of wealth, and so forth and so on. And so we can then ask, what's the trade-off between S and W? How does this differ? And then what's the returns to scale? So keep going. Yes.
No, can I just ask a question? Yeah.
Well, please.
Sorry
Yes.
for
Yes.
the method to the speaker. So with the W, I'm still having difficulties. So I'm trying to put myself in the mind of a child for whom the perception of what resources they have available to them at 10.
Well, think of it as a stock of toys. You have a bunch of teddy bears,
Exactly.
pandas, and so
Yeah.
forth. That would be
But-
one way.
Yeah, but
And-
if I have creative parents, then this might feel, I might feel very rich. I'm playing in the woods, I'm playing out with, outdoor nature and so on. So like, I'm a little nervous about being so strongly estimated out of actual resources of parents. Don't we have to? I think it will at least be colored maybe by the psychology of the child. Is that not a concern at this age?
No, we do. We do allow the traits, for example, to be influencing the determinants of W. We didn't amplify that in the presentation, but that's exactly right. It's open. I think what happened here is a case where the literature and this is work that's reviewed by Sutter in particular, and there is some later work about Matthias Sutter in Innsbruck and at Bonn, but have used this kind of CRRA framework and kind of arbitrarily fixed W. We show that it matters how you fix W. Now we can also try to model W in terms of parental resources. We don't yet have the stock of toys. But the interesting thing about this thing going forward, about this study, is that it's an ongoing study. So in future waves, we can actually start inquiring exactly about those kinds of questions that you're raising. And those are good questions. I agree with you. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, also the comparison to other people who live close to me might be relevant and things like that. But
exactly. No, I agree with you. But let me show you what it is. Let me show you. We go to the next slide and look at what. So if you take this model and take the expo power coefficient beta itself is getting you a kind of scale or wealth effect, no question about it. But if you look at the relative risk aversion model parameter, you get a very interesting decomposition, which we want to kind of end our talk with. And that is literally, if you look at nu is the returns to scale. So the first tau is essentially the share parameter, which is kind of relative share of tokens to wealth. Granted that wealth is a very unsatisfactorily determined statement right now. But what you find is tau is going to be a number generally between 0 and 1. I mean, the alpha has to, is constrained that way. So what we're going to find, though, is if nu is sufficiently big, you get risk loving. So you get like a Friedman-Savage component to this. So if you have highly increasing returns to scale in terms of utility, kids can be risk loving. The second component then is a component that's due to beta. And the third component is due to this complementarity between the S and the W. So we get three components to risk aversion. And I think this I haven't seen before, or maybe if they have, it's out there, I'd like to see it. And we estimate the model with the caveat that we're still experimenting with W in terms of, looking at family background traits and so forth and so on. And so again, the finding is going to basically be if you just take this Aki-Iki measure, and you can use other criteria, BIC and so forth, but take this for the moment, that what you're finding is that the CES expo power with loss aversion, I'm better at it. So we keep gilding the lily. And in this case, we find that this is fitting the model best. So just show the final estimates and then we'll stop because I guess we're way over time. But so what we're finding then is when we do this kind of experimentation, that what we're finding is that in W equals 1 is just fixing it, but S is varying, and the stakes are varying essentially from the experiment itself. We have like these 56 different trials, and we go from very small stakes to very high stakes. So if you look at it, you can see that there's really substantial effects of these components, but the nu is actually greater than 1. So this first component for both boys and girls, and what we can see is that this is then leading to a risk aversion, to risk-loving station. This term here. This term here is positive, and then this term here plays a role. So if you look at the bottom and the decomposition of what the risk aversions would be at different stakes, you can see substantially different components. And and you can see that the role of complementarity and the role of scale is fundamentally different between the boys and the girls. So but I completely agree. And this is where I'd like ideas, if possible, somebody has some better notions, but we can go out in the field and collect better data on exactly what the endowments are of these children, or maybe come up with an even a better measure of risk aversion. and look at more models like Prelec and looking at things that have to do with something other than just the standard off-the-shelf tools. So I don't know if
Well, I
that's
do think,
satisfying.
I do
Yeah.
think it would be cool to know what the openings are for additional instruments, because I think we're under testing. I think there are, you know, any number of open educational challenges right now that we could field. So anyway, I'm very excited to see that you've got this going, and I'd love to communicate about it.
No, I'd like, no, exactly. I mean, that's why I really apologize that I'm sitting here in Rio and even got the time wrong. But anyway, I'm not sorry I'm in Rio, but I'm sorry I missed the. I have a view of the Atlantic Ocean, which I'm afraid you don't have, but nonetheless. So these are the components. But why don't we just summarize, if we could? Just put the summary on, just a review, quick summary. Yeah. So we do find gender differences. And we do find that this expo power plays a role. But if you look closely, that new parameter in the returns to scale and the beta parameter in the expo power are playing a comparable role. They're giving you wealth effects, they're giving you scale effects, and we need to sort those out. They move together. I didn't make this point, but the beta and the new are moving in a kind of offsetting ways. So even those parameters are very high, they produce risk aversion, relative risk aversion parameters at the bottom that weren't crazy when you put all the pieces together. But that doesn't mean that we're not, that there isn't a lot more to be done. Okay, keep going back to the summary though, please. The summary? Yes, and then the next slide. Okay, yes, and so background, but one point, and this is where, this is directed to Ulrika. So what we're finding is that a lot of the family background variables are not, and even the environmental variables, which villages people live in, the extent of left behindedness and so forth in these traits are not directly affecting the risk preferences. What they're doing is they're affecting the psychological traits, which then affect the measurement scheme that does affect the how we measure risk preference choices in risky situations. And so keep going. And then this is the channel that we're finding. This repeats what Jia was saying before. So certain channels that are traditional, we don't really find in this case here. And then keep going. Keep going, yeah. So basically what we find is that we're finding, and I think this is new, and correct me if I'm wrong, except for this, I shouldn't say except for anybody. There are this question that came up earlier about the relative correlation of the risk preferences across tasks. I mean, that's a legitimate question. I think it's too strong what Jagelka is doing, this IID shock. Each within seconds, when I answer one new question, I get a totally different CRRA parameter. That seems too strong. But it's like a correlated random coefficient model, and you can essentially, we can, but we haven't tested that fully. And there's this identification issue which was raised, and we grant is an issue. But if we ignore these correlated shocks, we get really poor fit and get very different notions. There's a guessing issue here, which I'm surprised. People, you can ask, well, how does guessing differ from cognitive noise? Well, one, it could be determined by personality traits. So in the educational testing literature, the so-called 3-parameter IRT model, which has a guessing parameter, you can think of what we've done as extending it by putting in cognitive noise and also looking at the psychological traits like conscientiousness and so forth that matter. So the background variables are operating, but mainly through traits, which in turn affect the measurement system of the underlying preferences. So one more slide, I think, right? One more slide, please. Okay. So literally what happens is that under CRA, boys are less risk averse when you start with the traditional specifications. But once you start allowing for correlated shocks, and once you allow for psychological parameters and loss aversion, you're finding this more interesting story about a stakes-dependent risk aversion, relative risk aversion reversal between boys and girls. So I think that's it, right?
Yeah, and we are indeed out of time now. So
yeah, and I apologize profoundly for this
yeah.
this bad, this strange performance here.
Yeah.
I'm usually not this unstable.
Yeah,
I-
and
So anyway, but I really appreciate the invitation, and if you ever invite me back, I will show up. I promise. This was just, no,
Yeah.
this was bad timing. I didn't realize, I thought I was free and could travel to go on to Rio, but now I realized I was wrong. But I
Yeah,
would
well-
very much appreciate your reactions and to the study, and because it's ongoing work, and we have lots more. And this is only for fifth graders, but we're analyzing then the evolution of these traits and these preferences over time. And we're going to try much richer preference specifications, in particular, this kind of probability weighting story, which has been suggested for children by people like Harbaugh and Westerlund and so forth.
So we do need to wrap up. Thank you. Thanks a lot also for the speaker who jumped in. Sorry for the incomplete situation. And
Okay.
lots of opportunity to
Right there.
All right, it's 10:20. Let's get started again, and we'll have our very own Andrew Kaplan talking about questionable learning in the age of AI.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. And as you see, I'm giving this talk in two roles: Professor of Economics at New York University and Chief Scientific Officer of GenRay. And you'll see how that plays out. So it is about a missing stage of economic analysis. That's what this talk is about. And it is about observing things way too late in an economic transaction. For example, I'm going to go over three contexts. One of them is you're buying a home. You're getting a mortgage. Almost everything happens in the period before we see you in the home with the mortgage. Every mistake you made happened off the record. Everything you did right and wrong happened off the record. That's not a good idea. A student picks a major, ultimately gets a qualification. All the thoughts they had, the decisions they made along the road, whether that's suited to them is off the record. A factory, a frontier entrant tries to build a new company. Somebody decides that the US, we need a sovereign entrant to compete with the US. It might succeed or it might fail. The US decides it needs to reinvent some piece of manufacturing. It may fail, it may succeed. The story isn't the outcome. The story is everything that we didn't look at. And the observable endpoint misses almost everything that's analytically interesting. And that's the stage that I'm going to talk about filling in. And it's just a long history of mine being interested with John Leahy, studying the propensity to plan, and studying mistakes, studying housing partnerships, which you'll see a little bit more about. I've been thinking about this period for a very long time, and it's now coalescing. Cognitive economics is all about the hidden mental operations, but this is going to go a little bit beyond mental operations, hidden activities. Okay, and the thesis of the book is that it's our job to get those records. That is, I don't treat data as exogenous. It's not that we gather data that exists, it's that we create data. We create the data that makes the records and the questions that we're interested in pursuable. And so I'm going to have to lay out here what the modeling is that's going to call for new measurement. And I'm going to participate in the gathering of that measurement. And that's the deal. And it's not, so this is a failure of the profession, a profound one, to be gathering the data that would make the process of inquiry readable. And I'll talk about how we're going to do that. And I'm going to use three settings after giving a general model. I'm going to go through housing. I'm going to go through education. I'm going to go through frontier investment. And they're very different roles in this research program. Housing is the case that is going to break it open because we're actually going to be measuring a lot of the activities that people have been ignoring in the choosing of mortgages and the choosing of a house. Education, that's not as far forward, but the modeling and the potential is all there. We could develop much more interesting tests, and I'm doing some of that, but there's a ton to be done on teaching and testing. And frontier investment, well, that's investment. Nowadays, investment is not this, F prime K thing, whatever that might be. It is a very difficult job of trying to discover how to get back to a manufacturing frontier and potentially failing, in which case there's nothing on the record. But everything happened before that. Okay, so there are different maturities. And what we're going to have to do is I'm first going to build up a grammar that allows you to discuss this well. What is going on in the pre-decision period? It's going to be a somewhat different grammar than a classical information search model, in a way I'll make clear. And after that, we'll go to, well, what record would it require to make those model objects come alive? And what might they teach us about additional model objects we've neglected? So it's supposed to be back and forth. So now I'm going to get to the grammar of this model. What's AI got to do with it? Well, I mean, let me be clear. My interest in questions came because I was asking lots and finding an AI to be kind of an interesting companion in asking and answering questions, and realizing that the skill to ask questions is the key skill for the next generation, and saying, where is that in the profession? And so noticing that absence, it's just driven me on the road that I was already on in many ways, and I've only just realized it. Actually, there are implications that economists can be participating in the future of AI, and I will be. Okay, so I'm going to begin with the underlying decision problem, which is going to motivate everything, which is, you know, this is the classic economic story about learning. So I'm not going to say anything, we're not trying to, nothing different about that. There's a set of things you can do, they're the whys. There's a set of states that impact what you should do. There's an expected utility function U of y theta. You don't know theta. And this is, by the way, the whole model is in a working paper that you should not read, the NBER, until I've replaced it by one that is correct, which will happen very shortly. But in the meantime, you can see the ambition in the paper. All right. Now here's the main symbolic distinction. We're not going to go for arbitrary signals. We're going to ask questions. That's the name we're going to give. It's called a question. It could be literally a question. It could be a method of putting a probe in. It has a certain set of answers, and we're going to ask them in sequence. And we're going to be studying the sequence of questions that you should be delivering. And we're actually going to model the sequence of questions chosen. They're worth asking because they might change what you want to do. That's why you do it. It's not a Blackwell experiment. So the first thing to realize is that the way this is going to be modeled, a question is not directly a signal. It's a signal conditional on knowing something else. And then something else is what's missing here, which is the organization of inquiry is going to be a key object. So, the familiar sequence, you choose an experiment, observe a signal, update. We're not, we're choosing a question. Okay, why isn't it? A real question is not. Its meaning depends very much on a whole bunch of other things we haven't stated, such as, can I afford this mortgage? Well, who are you? What more, you know, like this is not a, that has a context in which it gains meaning. It's not per se meaningful. It depends on a hidden inquiry environment, and that's the main new object in the theory. A diagnostic state. So this says, look, there's something super rich that tells me what I can learn from a sequence of questions and answers. And that is a big D, a diagnostic state. And ahead of time, I don't know the diagnostic state, so I don't know the good questions to ask. And a lot of things are going to come down to, are you good at assessing D? That will be the skill. Are you good at, it's a big, big object. This is the object, it's the state contingent specification for any sequence of questions you could ask in any state of the world and answers you would receive. That specifies the probabilities of different answers and how they relate to the actual state of the world which you're trying to learn. And it's huge. So that's a brute sitting in the background. It's fixed, but it's a brute. And it's only, this is the symbol, P of A, the probability of an answer depends on the state of the world, the diagnostic state, and the question you posed. So that's the key object to keep in mind. And the experiment is not Q, it's a question becomes an experiment like conditional on D. That's the, yep.
I have a question. So, and I'm completely with you that we start observing and measuring too late. But in addition to, the sequence of questions or whether I explored this form, filling out this form for the mortgage or not, there's also the emotional state and the cognitive state I'm in. So in order to get me to refinance my mortgage or something, or to invest in the stock market, right? So first I was thinking, this is completely different. You're doing the question route, you're doing the AI inspired route. But then I was thinking, if I have easy access to questions or follow-up questions, then maybe it also helps me to overcome this emotional hurdle. So I was just interested.
No. So I will tell you that you're on slide 43.
Oh, another one. This is a nice slide. Today,
So, but yes, that is in fact something that is being thought through right now. Yeah.
And I can ask the same question to different people, like a friend, a financial advisor.
Yes.
I get different answers.
Yes.
How does this come?
A question can be indexed by the person you're asking. The model is very abstract. The source is a thing to think about. And in fact, a lot of being a good questioner is finding the right source. Okay, and the question order is going to matter a lot. So we're going to have a dynamic story to tell this properly. And that's what I'm going to be doing. So it's all going to be updating and etc. and fancy stuff. All right, so now I'm going to have to give you a little bit what the model itself looks like. There is a big state space, theta, how is the world? D, what's the diagnostic state we're in? A decision maker, whoever they may be, starts with a prior that's joint over that. So it doesn't know the diagnostic state and it doesn't know the state of the world, and it's going to have to explore question space. But they can always stop and choose at any point. And they're going to continue in a dynamic model only when another inquiry stage is worth its cognitive, physical, financial, or organizational costs. So I'm going to have to talk about some costs. They're going to have to be something. And in fact, in the model, there will be two types of cost. If we're talking about sovereign investment, we're talking about a big cost to ask a question. And the question is, can I get a high yield? And you say, well, that'll be $5 billion. If it's psychologically with a house, it might just be, I got to think about and listen to, is this a good person to ask? And that can all be psychological. But I don't know what to ask. So that's my problem. And here is another model element, which is that to specify skill in this art of questioning, we're going to have something that says not everybody has access to the same understanding of D. That's going to be the key thing that some people will be good at, some people will be bad at. There will be costs associated with updating a prior on D. And that is rational inattention on a richer domain, the domain of diagnostic states. So it's just a cost function. I don't want it to be fancy. It's the simplest thing you could do, which is to say, some people are good at sitting there thinking, asking, inquiring, finding out who to talk to. That's a skill. And some people will be good, some people will be bad. That's going to need all the RI machinery. There'll have to be a belief about it. You'll have to come up with a Bayes consistent distribution of posteriors, and they're learning how to sharpen their understanding before posing a question. That's what's going to happen. After they've done that, it can only indirectly, that stage, change their beliefs about the states, only through its changing belief about the diagnostic state. So diagnostic refinement will occur before question choice. Then they can think about what question to ask with a certain posterior distribution. They can think what's the probability distribution over answers to any questions. They can think about how they would update given that answer. And now we're ready for a full dynamic program. That's all we're doing. And here we go, timing within a period. I start with my joint prior. I get the distribution over diagnostic states. I get a updated belief about diagnostic states. I move on to an updated posterior over the joint states. I choose a question, I get an answer, I do Bayesian updating. So that is a full dynamic program, and you can blah, blah, blah. You can get existence if you make good assumptions on the cost functions in the style of rational inattention modeling. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just a very basic question here, right? So you frame this model as one about us, right? Like we ask these questions to it, right?
Oh no, it's a model of symbols.
Yeah, okay.
It's got a whole bunch of symbols in it, and you can give them life any which way you choose.
Right, but if I'm thinking about this as far as kind of like the relevance for the scientific process, right? Isn't a lot of the formalization of science and like measurement in science fixing a specific location in D, right? So like if we have like a consistent measure of say risk preferences, we all kind of agree this is the question to ask, and we have consistent measurements of this underlying thing that we're asking.
No, you're looking at data, I'm looking at theory. Right now I'm doing the theory pure, and it's D, and it's under there.
Oh,
When you talk about the measurement, you're really at a far remove from the theory, and I just think it's a measurement.
is this, I guess here's another way of asking this question. Is this a model of scientific inquiry?
It could easily be. You don't like that, but it could easily be, yes. Everything is in a way a version of this, yes. Just like this is a version of a partially observed Markov decision process, even everything, there's always some way of saying, what's the question you're trying to answer in a scientific investigation? I don't mind that. You don't like it, I like it. So really the way we're doing this is we're saying that I can see people with different skills in inquiry. They may currently be about to make the same decision, but the inquiry is going to continue, and that might take us to a different endpoint. All kinds of things can happen. You can get the same current recommendation, different best net question. That's fine. So there's all kinds of richness to the D. It's a big object. And you can think about geometries. And when if you look at the paper, it solves two special cases. And one of them says there's one decisive question you could ask which would resolve the state. And that one you can solve completely closed form. The other one says there's one sequential path of questioning that will get you the state, and that one can be solved closed form. So these are real kind of model objects. You can do it with Shannon. You can change the cost function, and now we have a model class. But my talk is as much or more about this. I don't think that I want the model to exist alone. I want the model to be embedded in measurement protocols, and I want to be thinking about these model objects next to some data sets. And what I always have in mind is the kind of Samuelsonian tradition of what's the ideal data that you'd like. And we will fail to put it together, but we'll try. And that's the whole game. Go context by context, think about what you'd ideally like to know. And this is my answer to you a little bit, Remy. You'll fail to measure what you meant to measure, but it will be a good guess, and it was a good starting point, and then we'll keep going. That's the way I think about the measurements. And I've got three areas in which I'm working this forward. One of them is mortgage choice. And here there's a massive missed period, the period before a mortgage is chosen, which is extremely well known to market professionals. And we as economists have had nothing useful to say of any shape or form on that. I'm going to think about working with an AI and the educational process. And there, I think there's a lot of testing and teaching can be done to dig out the quality of people's work with an AI. We've got to design the data. That's our job. Frontier entry, well, look, I mean, we've got all this sovereignty theater that goes on when everybody announces they need a sovereign thingamy. And we have no idea and no record of the failures that's worthwhile and the successes. So it's every time it's a fresh start. I'm going to go sovereign. I've got $1 billion. I'm going to enter an industry. Really? It's like that? You just put $1 billion in and you enter the industry? I'll tell you a tale at the end about how hard this is. So anyway, we just need to be studying them much more. Okay, so my primary case, the one that I want to drive with quite a lot, is housing. Now, you don't know my background in this. I do know my background in this. There might be one or two of my friends watching on YouTube who are now my colleagues. A long time back, I wrote a book about how screwy the housing finance market is. And I was right. And it may not be forever. And if it isn't, it will be because of a company called Genray. And but I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing. Okay, so what you do, what you know, and if you look at the history of this area, a mortgage, when people get mortgages, they're led through the market by people who understand it 400 times better than they do. Professionals who've done 4 million deals, who have networks, who have incentives that the person buying the house has no idea about. They can be awfully nice and they'll answer your questions, but that doesn't mean you're doing very well as a first-time buyer. And there's all kinds of evidence that first-time buyers have a hard time in this market. Because, you know, I mean, I was a first-time buyer. You walk around, everybody shakes your hand, they like you. They like you a lot, actually. And then they introduce you to their friend who likes you just as much. Supplies some other piece of the market that you knew nothing about, and you just sign a few forms and you got a home. And it's a fun process. Everybody's happy. You have no idea what you did. Look, I could have been much more informed. I could have tried to find out what I was doing, but you know, that would have been very painful. So we looked around, found a house, said we'd like this one. The guy, you know, wonderful. I'm very affectionate. I still get invited to parties by my by the broker who sold the house to me. So I'm sure there's something wrong with that, but he's a wonderful guy. It's just that I don't know what I'm doing in this market, nor does anybody else. And we walk around and we don't take records of the mistakes that people are making. So we will. It's a network of interested parties. It's an advisory ecosystem. We have no idea from any record what's going on, what's going wrong, or if it could be corrected. And that's what I'm going to be asking. What's going on? What's going wrong? Could it be corrected? These seem like reasonable questions. If we're to, you know, economists could be playing a role in that. No? I mean, what are we doing?
They have really good data.
Oh, they have, no, they have transactional data. We have transactional data too, but we have no idea what happened in the middle, or if anybody was searching intelligently in the meantime, or what advice they were or weren't taking when they made their decisions. The transaction is an incredibly thin summary of a process that the professionals know infinitely much about. They really do. I mean, if you talk to them, and I've been doing that for years, they'll tell you what's going on. I know some of the best mortgage professionals, and they can tell you war stories and incentive problems and tricks that are being played on the average buyer till the cows come home. They just know everything. They write it down. They're scientifically well ahead of us. I mean, that's part of the science. Why isn't it ours? So that's what struck me when I was writing this. Like, well, they know much more about this market than I do. I can tell you why the economists, and I critique us very heavily for this, haven't made a contribution. It's because we don't understand the market. So we'll call it non-scientific to study it. I don't think that's true. I think it's a market. We don't study it. That's our problem. So anyway, enough about me. So you can't really just ask the borrower. Ulrike, this is another thing they say. This is why the emotional question is very good. They say that the buyers are caught up in their emotions, and they're doing things and they're telling you things that you may or may not want to trust. So you've got a really complicated market here. And, you know, there's some really hard issues to solve, but you need the buyer to share something with you for you to get this right. So there's a really intricate advisory problem sitting somewhere here. And then, you know, all kinds of future things happen after you've bought the home. The mortgage creates a future decision environment that we haven't studied either. And here is the observation that is part of what Genray, the company, is interested in. And we're interested in it because I'm the chief scientific officer. And people I work with are incredibly good, and they're interested in the same questions. By the way, I would tell you that you get much more traction talking to worldly people about these things than by and large talking in economics, because they understand the problem. There is nobody looking after the borrower.
So nobody looking after the borrower. So one potential outcome is that we can affect welfare outcomes once we know this stuff.
Yes.
Before we get to that, because you are so harshly criticizing the economists studying the mortgage market. So if we're trying to predict whether you choose an ARM or an FRM, and we throw in these variables, which you listed there, the ones we do, and we find some predictive power. I mean, that's not necessarily wrong.
No, absolutely.
But yeah.
But it doesn't help with this thing, which is there are mistakes being made that could be impacted by better advice. And we don't know who's making mistakes because we don't have enough understanding of what they should have done. We haven't studied that systematically.
So in addition to improving welfare by not just giving more incentives or subsidization, but actually affecting these variables, and the actual identification of mistake is what you...
Yes, we haven't done it. And if we do it, we might be able to reduce it. That seems a very good scientific goal. Yep. So again, I'm sorry, I can't quite hear. Yeah.
Professional advice in all their stimulus to tilt the market or decisions for the borrowers, which
if we don't listen to them, we won't be able to correct their biases. And so we're currently in that state. We don't listen, we can't tell their biases, we can't correct their biases and come up with a better position. Sure, yeah, there's all kinds of biases. Absolutely, agree. But you've got to get the opinions and then you look at the biases and try and correct them. So the cooperative advisory problem is actually being taken on. The advice is already difficult, and now this is you. What if the person just doesn't want to talk to you? How do you begin to design an advisor for a person who knows the things about you that you'd like to know, but when you start asking them the questions, they balk? So we're developing a model of that. I'm developing a model with Vivek Matam, a superb roboticist, and we're going to be looking through not only the theta, which is the classical type of the borrower, but a response technology type. Somebody, and that could be an emotional reason that you came up with a question, they were reticent, but that doesn't tell you what to do for them. That's a very complicated thing. They're reticent, but that means they may actually be missing a danger signal. Maybe you should be trying to advise them to not plunge right now. You've got an emotional state. Going to do a cooling down period, et cetera, et cetera. So advice must learn about the consumer and how inquiry with the consumer may proceed. And so, this model can be enriched and it can have a procedural aspect to it. And that's an engineering challenge. They could refuse, and they could end up damaging themselves. You can keep yourself studying what their state is. You can develop state variables, latent states that might make the inquiry difficult to conduct. And that's the engine we're developing, which is a concerned consumer agent. And its central engine is it would like to do a good matching of a consumer type to a product. That is all classical economics, but its only route to get there is a sequence of questions and answers with a consumer who may be reluctant to answer, might have other sources it consult. But there we are. That's why this is a business. Yep.
But what's the incentive for the business to not exploit the behavioral biases and so on that we discover in this process?
You have to trust me. You just have to trust that I'm a good soul.
Hopefully the consumer just trust that this is not what's happening.
The smart ones will have, watch an interview with me and they'll see it's a good thing to do. Look, I don't know. I mean, we're in the development process, and but the thing that you should note is there is nobody currently playing this role. The large language models don't play this role. They're very comfortable if you're comfortable with the answer. That's what they like. The real sycophantic, you get comfortable with the answer. That, it's a good answer if the person says thank you. That's cool. And you didn't tell them that they missed out the 17 most important questions and they're about to overpay by 15%. So the job of this agent will be to actually take the consumer as much as possible into account and get a coherent robotic process for interacting and advising.
Given your emphasis on the question-driven advice, I was wondering whether there might be also an opportunity to try and measure whether actively asking the question yourself makes a difference. So of course that's very hard, right? Because the question I ask is driven by my emotional state and so on. But there is this notion sometimes that part of active learning is that I came up with the question.
Yeah.
So like if you can
And the most subtle
and just give me the answers, am I learning less? Yeah.
The most subtle one is, could I make you think that you found the question, which is what a good conversationalist does. Oh, wonderful question. Yeah. I seeded that 10 minutes ago.
So you're focusing here on the mortgage part of the problem, the decision to buy a house is your mortgage is on a part of it. Is that because the mortgage part is the most kind of analyzable.
Yeah, right now, exactly. And also because Genray, the company, its primary goal is introducing shared equity mortgages. So it's introducing a new class of mortgage. The reason that we need to get an advisor is because we'd like to confirm that we're helping people. It's supposed to have gains from trade. And that was the background to trying to investigate, how well are people advised right now. But there is a major point there, which is that right now, the mortgage, it tends to be added at the end of a transaction when it shouldn't be. So another part of the goal is get the mortgage choice formulated before or simultaneous with the house search. So anyway, that's and then the idea is we're going to be gathering lots of data in this process, and that is going to generate the data for identifying mistakes and potentially rectifying them. So it's going to happen. That's what Genray is going to do. Built through housing inquiry. With great professionals to make sure that we actually understand the market well. Okay, so that is actually a broader thing that can be done. AIs currently aren't being designed for this purpose, and they could be. So inquiry preserving AI. Now I'm going to switch to education. And for the last 10 minutes, I got 2 applications to get to, and I'm going to do education super fast. What's education? Well, look, you'd really like the person themselves to be able to ask questions. They can't always have an exceptional advisor. So how do you, in the age of AI, what are you going to do? And here's a very simple thing that working on with Leo Xu, a PhD student at Harvard right now. We're trying to develop models of higher order skills and use tests to elicit them and see if you can then improve them. So the idea is that we don't currently know who's good with an AI. We don't have methods of training up that use. We see that people make bad decisions in various cases. Could they have been trained to be better at those decisions? Well, some of that will come from educating them. And you're going to want to test whether you've managed to educate somebody well. To do that, you might want to describe skills at multiple levels. This work with Leo is taking skills that are not just, am I good at a task, but am I good at recognizing how good I am at a task and at deciding where an AI should take over that task from me. And so we can develop simple models and simple operational frameworks in which you're dividing tasks up between yourself and an AI. And this is where we're headed in that. That the execution and recognition skills. So this is the age of AI piece. In the age of AI, the most important thing that you'll be able to do is ask questions well, have higher level skills, and I think we could well spend our time trying to teach that. And this is part of my Ulrika will notice a theme that I have. I think that our existing institutions aren't doing the job they should do. And educational institutions are right in the middle of that complaint. Can you separately teach execution and recognition? And can you go all the way to teaching inquiry? And that would be the goal. So the AI is clearly the thing, and we certainly don't want to get people to think that it answers that. It gets rid of the need for skill. I think it doubles down the need for skill. All right. And we're gonna actually, so with Ali, my student Ali and Numi at Maryland, we're digging in right now to the undergrad education process, which is a primary place where there's a massive pre-decision period. which has not really been studied, in which many mistakes are being made, and people don't know what they're doing, that's well known. Could you place the advisory role there? And at least the University of Maryland right now looks interested in understanding what's going on for its current students with AI, and if it's training people for a world with AI. And so we're developing some surveys and some, question answer modeling for implementation of surveys with the undergraduate population.
It occurs to me that, at least, in some future state of the world, it should be possible to ask the AI what it thinks about the person that it's interacting with. You spoke earlier about.
I don't know, it loves me.
No, it's the advisory club. The AI, you might be able to get an honest answer. And.
Would you want an honest answer?
Well, yes, you would want to know whether the AI thinks that this person is, numeric, whether they think the person is,
By the way, have you asked an AI, which I've done, why don't you tell me what my worst enemy would say about me? And it does a good job. It does. It's kind of fun.
but I mean, in principle, imagine, if you have access to the internal of the AI, not, going through the formal interface in which it has been rewarded for telling you things that you like to hear, but probability distributions over the beliefs.
Let me say that economists could be taking a much more decisive leadership role in the design of language models than we are. I truly believe that. All right, so now I want to do with the final topic, which until the recent stock exchange events, it was all about the stunning value of frontier corporations. It's still worth thinking about. Frontier corporations such as TSMC and NVIDIA are worth amounts of money that make F of KL look kind of a bit weak. What on earth is worth that amount of money? Is it F of KL? What is F of KL? I have a long history of not liking F of KL very much. I don't know what it means, and you'll see a little bit why. What exactly are companies doing that are trying to enter? Are they going, oh, good, like Y equals F of KL? All I need is a little bit more K, then I can beat TSMC. Then I can beat ASML. I don't know if you know these companies, but they're awesomely difficult to get close to. NVIDIA, why don't we beat Micron? I mean, why don't you put in, it's only a couple of $100 billion to get there, and then you'd be worth three trillion. So surely anybody could do it. Well, of course not, because they're discovery engines. They're not F of KL. They're something far more intricate. They've been engaged in a process of discovery which is much more profound than this. And they're worthwhile for reasons that are not captured in an F of KL model. They're asking tons, if you want to become a frontier entrant, and this is a lot of what's going on around the world, is countries. This is why I'm not really bothered about who's putting the money in. Countries are really bothered that they're losing a grip on the future. And they're trying to plot strategies to rejoin the frontier that are public-private partnerships. That's what's going on around the world. It's not, it's not F of KL. It's like, God, we've just lost this industry. How do we get it back? So, well, you got to start asking extremely expensive questions. I mean, extremely expensive. Should I build a pilot line, a facility? How do I find the customers? I mean, think about this as like, what's F of KL isn't helping me in the least. I don't know what it's saying. you know, so we're going to ask and answer lots of questions. And we're going to actually, if I wanted to understand current failures, I would not write F of KL. I would write what exactly were they doing, and I'd dig into their history. The record we have not looked at. It was all, I mean, I can look at companies, Northvolt, a European attempt to enter the battery market. Its production record is 0. Lots of money went in, it collapsed, it's done. What do you learn from that? You can't generalize a lesson if you say, well, look, it's dead. There was nothing learned from that. We didn't take the record. So we don't know what succeeded and failed. There are many other cases where actually what's learned is surprisingly valuable at a later stage. So people might be learning things. I was reading about Apple and the failure of its car, but apparently the failure of its car gave rise to a series of successes in other domains. So it was learning, and it was, but we as economists have not taken that record. What's a production function? Well, it's a counterfactual object. It doesn't exist. So I just want to make a point. I don't go for production functions in a pretty big way. It's F of KL. It says, what would I produce from a given amount of capital for any amount of labor, even if I didn't pick that amount of labor? You've missed the best part, by the way. So it's not a thing. So here's what the model that I have developed in a different NBER paper, the second one called Stage Discovery. It's a model in which there's extremely expensive investment in facilities to answer questions necessary for entering the frontier. What does the investment buy you? Well, it's a discovery process. You're finding out what you can do, and that can be summarized by the D state. But the particular thing that's going to make this company valuable is that it is learning things about learning the future that no other company knows. One of the main reasons that you can't beat TSMC is not just that it's unbelievably good at yield, but it can see 17 directions in the future that nobody else can see. So its learning ability is radically valuable. It can learn far better than anybody else. That's why you're not just valuing it, you're valuing it and everything it has learned and what it teaches it about how to learn in future. So this is really my vision of what these companies are actually doing. I don't have time to go over all the cases. You've lost everything in the public record, and I'm going to get, okay, you're just going to develop these. This is the company I want to almost leave you with. It's a really fascinating case. TSMC has a potential competitor coming from Japan. Now, Japan is making an extremely dedicated effort to restart its chip industry. It was once dominant. Then along came TSMC and crushed it like a bug, and it crushed everybody else like a bug. Japan has a long history of actually being good at producing chips, and it wanted to revive that history. How did it do it? It said, we actually don't have the frontier anymore. It formed an alliance with IBM and is working in Albany to develop absolutely new technology, started a company called Rapidus, which is a massive public-private enterprise, joining a US public-private enterprise, IBM and Albany. And nobody yet knows if Rapidus is actually going to be able to become a successful company. It is tens of billions of dollars in, with 2 sovereigns supporting it. And nobody knows if it's going to catch TSMC in any way. This is the challenge that's being faced. It's not F of KL. It's, can you rejoin a frontier where, and it's asking and answering tons of questions if we could read the record. each one of these stages is best viewed as what are you trying to learn now? And then once you've done that, what are you going to have to learn after that? And these records have not been read. Yeah.
You know, they have a TSMC in Arizona.
Yeah.
When I over here to talk, they have to hire mostly Taiwanese workers.
Yep.
For HR departments, they have human capital.
Yep.
As well as willingness to work very hard compared to the American workers. And so a big thing is that transferring the human capital among the regular workers is another big.
Yeah. I mean, this is so these are, you know, what they are is institutions that we as economists have failed to study. And their structure is the structure of the modern economy. It's not a point of pride. What are we studying? And when I write this paper, the main thing I'm writing is you have to name the companies. You can't do it anymore just as K. It's not K. It's TSMC. And of course it is. And all of these companies now have identities. And now you know what I'm doing, and one program, 3 construction strategies, and that's what I'm doing. And it's going to turn into a branch of engineering done properly. That's what I want.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Right. And no break right now, so Stefan will take over right away. Okay. Great. Take it away.
Okay, so I want to talk about anchoring of inflation expectations, and the paper is joined with Ulrike. All right, so let's start with a definition first of what exactly we mean with anchoring or well anchoring of inflation expectations. And so here I want to go to a definition that John Williams put up a few years ago, Federal Reserve Bank of New York president, where he mentioned 3 criteria for judging whether inflation expectations are well anchored. The first one is that they should exhibit little sensitivity to economic shocks. So, for example, if there's a new CPI, data point coming out, long-term expectations shouldn't move much. In general, expectations should remain, or long-term inflation expectations especially, should remain close to the inflation target of the central bank. And then if you have measures of uncertainty about, future inflation, and you look at how they change, the uncertainty changes with the forecast horizon, that increase in uncertainty as they go out to a longer horizon should be an increase that is less than linearly. In what I'm going to talk about today, we focus on basically the first 2 bullet points, which is the sensitivity to economic shocks and to what extent these expectations are close to the central bank's inflation target. Now, why do central bankers talk so much about anchoring of inflation expectations? Well, they play a pretty important role, and it's kind of illustrated in this quote by Jay Powell in 2021, just before the rise of inflation, or at least the most of that surge in inflation, where he pointed to the fact that it's a good thing if households, businesses, and market participants believe that the Fed will keep inflation close to 2%, because that basically means people think this is transitory, they will look through it, and this also allows the Fed to kind of look through an increase in inflation. Now, if you look at the historical record on this, did inflation expectations stabilize? Did they get closer to the Fed's, first maybe implicit, later explicit inflation target? You can kind of see this is what kind of happened. Right? So this is data from the Michigan Survey of Consumers going back to the 1970s for long-term inflation expectations over a 5 to 10 year horizon. And you can see, the level came down, the volatility of these expectations came down. And then something that I'm going to come back to later, also at the very end, in the last few years, in response to the post-COVID inflation, these long-term inflation expectations have gone up a little bit, but not that much, right? And so, and there's also more formal econometric work that I'm also going to come back to later, that this new sensitivity has declined, for example, around the adoption of the Fed's inflation target in 2012, and that these long-term inflation expectations have remained stable in the face of the post-COVID inflation. Now, the question that we want to think about is, if you think about that stabilization you see in this path, like where does that come from? And broadly speaking, there are two possible stories. They're not exactly, mutually exclusive, but there are broadly two stories. The first one is that what the Fed is saying about what its targets are has anchored expectations. And it's probably fair to say that this seems to be sort of a little bit of consensus view inside the Fed, or at least the Fed is putting a substantial weight on that kind of view. And it's you can see this in this quote by Loretta Mester here, where she talks about the fact that these long-term inflation expectations haven't moved much in response to the post-COVID inflation. And she says, well, one likely factor is that the Fed now has an explicit inflation target, and this target has been communicated and so on, and this has an effect on stabilizing people's expectations. But we want to explore a second possibility in this paper here, which is, well, maybe it was actually not that people really pay attention to what the Fed is saying about its target and the adoption of an explicit target, but rather that people have lived through a path of inflation where people learn from the path that they saw of realized inflation, that they somehow change their views about what long-term inflation is going to be. And without really putting any weight on what the Fed is saying on the communication about that target. Okay, and so for that, I'm going to go back to a framework that Ulrike and I developed in an earlier paper, where people learn from experience, and they accumulate experiences of inflation over their lifetimes. And if they live through a period of low and stable inflation, they will have expectations about a long run that are kind of low and also not very sensitive to shocks. There's a particular, signature of these experience effects that we're going to also look into today, which is that there will also be age heterogeneity in these expectations because there's age heterogeneity in experiences. Younger people have different experience sets than older people. And so this will then also leave a trace in differences in stability of the expectations of younger people and older people. Yeah? And the conclusion basically we're going to come to today is that there's little room for a substantial weight on the central bank's inflation target. You can explain pretty much everything through this learning from experience channel, where people learn from realized inflation rates without putting any weight on what the Fed has been saying about its target. Now, the reason why this is important is because the implications for the path forward are very different of these two kinds of stories. If people really believe that the Fed is aiming for 2% and will be successful, then even if you get a burst in inflation and more persistent inflation, people's beliefs wouldn't move much. But if people learn from experience, then if they live through a period of high inflation and persistent inflation, then expectations will become unstable again. So the future path of inflation could then also look very different if expectations feed into actual inflation through a Phillips curve and so on, depending on which story is the right. All right. Our paper connects broadly to two literatures out there. The first one is on learning, the role that learning and memory plays in the formation of inflation expectations. The key thing here that we are focusing on that's a little bit different from the rest of the literature is that in our framework, the perceived autocorrelation will be the key for whether inflation expectations about the long run are stable or not. And I'll explain this in detail, how this happens in our framework. There are also several papers that have kind of expressed skeptical views about whether inflation expectations are truly well anchored to the Fed's announced target. We're also going to come to a skeptical view here. And in our case, the skepticism is basically based on coming at this through the lens of this experience-based learning framework. All right, so here's the outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to start with an out-of-sample update of our earlier study to just show you that the findings that we had back then in the paper with a sample that ended more than 10 years ago still also worked well for the years that come after. And then I want to also show you an extension of this to long-run expectations, which we didn't look at in our earlier work, but which are very important for the question in this paper here. And then I'm going to talk about the properties of long-run inflation expectations under this learning from experience framework, and then some empirical evaluation of how the new sensitivity of actual inflation expectations has evolved over time, and how this compares to the new sensitivity of how experience-based inflation expectations evolve over time. And then at the end, kind of a little simulation where we ask, well, with these different stories about anchoring, how would the path of inflation expectations look like if we were to experience in the next few years another 2 waves of inflation like in the 1970s? Yeah. All right, so that's the plan. So let me start with the out of sample update of our earlier study. And I'm going to start here with kind of the learning, the essentials of the learning framework that we used in that paper, which is basically based on an adaptive learning approach, where we start with a perceived law of motion that people have in mind when they think about inflation, and they perceive inflation as an AR1 process. And there are 2 parameters in this AR1 process. There's the intercept, the A, and then the rho, which basically captures the short-run persistence for inflation. And then let's stick both of these parameters into a parameter vector B here, this bold B. And people basically run least squares regressions on the data that they have available to estimate these parameters. And these least squares regressions are shown here. This is just a recursive way of writing, least squares parameter updates every period, where people basically look at the realized inflation relative to the prediction from the previous period, so that in parentheses it's the inflation surprise. That's what they react to. And then the key thing is this gain here, this phi, which determines how strongly do people react to this, inflation surprise term here. And this is now where we depart from a standard adaptive learning framework by bringing in this learning from experience effect, by basically making that gain here heterogeneous by age or cohort, depending on how you want to specify it. You can see there are 2 subscripts here, time and S. S is the cohort at which a cohort, the time at which a cohort was born. And then the gain is specified as follows. There's one parameter theta, and then divided by T minus S. T minus S is age, right? And so this means that it's a gain that's decreasing by age, which reflects that when people go through their life, they accumulate more data as they, get older, and so they react less to a new data point if they're older because they already have a bigger data set. Right? So this is kind of standard decreasing gain updating, and the theta here captures how people weight the data during their lifetime. So if theta was equal to 1, this would mean they take their lifetime data set and they weight every observation equally. If the theta is bigger than 1, this means they put more weight on recent data and less weight on earlier data. Yeah? And so in the learning basically starts at birth, but because we came up with we find an estimate of this theta around 3, this basically means there's a lot of weight on recent data, and stuff that matters, that happened early in life, doesn't matter that much. Yeah? Just to give you an idea what this theta of 3 means, this basically means that for a 50-year-old individual, the last quarter's inflation rate would get about twice as much weight as an observation about 15 years earlier, right? So that gives you an idea of how this implied weighting function there looks like. Okay. Now let me show you some updated data on this. We go to the Michigan Survey of Consumers back to the 1950s until last year, and then for every cohort at every point in time, we construct a fitted value given a value of theta, this parameter, this weighting parameter, that basically gives you these experience-based expectations for every cohort at every point in time. And then we look at putting actual expectations observed in a survey on the left-hand side. We look at how they relate to these experience-based expectations. In this table, column 1 is basically a repetition of what we did in our earlier paper. We found a pass-through of about 2/3 of these experienced inflation expectations into actual inflation expectations. And then the extension then is with samples up to 2025, and then also including age-fixed effects, which we didn't have in our earlier paper. All of this doesn't change really much the pass-through. And then we also re-estimate the theta using more than about 15 years additional data, and we found hardly any change compared to our original sample here. Yeah? And let me show you how the fit looks like. So this is now showing you, focus first on the dots, not the lines yet. So the dots are inflation expectations at a 1-year horizon from the Michigan Survey of Consumers, and everything is plotted taking out the cross-sectional mean every period. So when you see one group showing up above the zero line, that's a group that has inflation expectations that are higher than average in that period. Those that are below have inflation expectations that are below average. And the colors are different age groups. So black is young people, blue is older people, and red is middle-aged people. What's a question? Yeah. 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 We do. So that's a great question. We actually at some point tried to do a study to look into this. The Michigan survey doesn't have that information. Surveys, if you look at, has inflation expectations, has information on immigration status, and the year when they immigrate and so on, you get to very small numbers of observations. And so we weren't able to do this. But it's an interesting question, right? That would be an additional source of variation one could use for this.
Yeah, not in this context, but so in the original paper, we also looked at the outcome variable, whether you like, fixed rate borrowing, which you do if you have high inflation expectation and you hate investment, and taking that kind of to the mortgage market. With a former student, Alex Steiny Wellsview, I kind of replicated that for Europe, that people like that. And then we also looked at the ACS. I mean, so it's not related to here, but it was interesting to see in the ACS you can do. I mean, we couldn't do what we wanted to do here, but you can look at the housing, and there people seem to take their home country inflation experiences with them. And then I would also, we have this one paper about central bankers being driven by their personal inflation experience. And the famous guy in our sample is Henry Wallach, who grew up in Germany, experienced the German hyperinflation. So that also speaks to you, you're taking your experience from your home country.
That's right. It's one data point though.
Yeah,
so
data
that's
point.
Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. All right. So what it shows here is that, in the 50s and 60s, young and old weren't too different. But then if you go into the 1970s now, early 80s, by 1981, young people had about 2.5 percentage points higher inflation expectations than older people, consistent with the fact that the experience of the 1970s was the dominant influence on young people, but not so much on older people. And then it took until the mid-90s for this gap to close. And then in the 15, 20 years before the post-COVID inflation, it was actually then the other way around. It was older people having higher inflation expectations than younger people. And then recently, you can see this has again changed, right? So now it's again younger people that have high inflation expectations than older people. The lines show you the fitted value from this learning from experience model. So it shows you, it doesn't explain everything, perfectly, but it goes a long way in explaining the widening of this gap between young and old in the 1970s and 80s, the closing of this gap, and then the flipping around. And then it doesn't quite yet get the full, flipping of young and old again, but it's working towards it. So probably a few more quarters, and you will also see this in the experience-based model. Yeah.
You're not learning from your prediction errors. So, I mean,
well, implicitly you do, right? So you look at if I go back to the learning scheme, this is your prediction error. Realized inflation relative to your prediction from a previous period. And this gets worked into an update of your parameters A and rho. So every period you look at a prediction error and you try to correct your parameters based on this experienced prediction error.
So I'm just trying to think about how the inflation ended, which was a period in which they would have had high expectation. Volcker was saying things. So that's the classic, it makes a difference what you say, and then that unemployment happened. Does this turning point, does it handle the turning point in a way that I would see? Or is it, I just don't know. If you think.
You mean whether the time series of expectations fits the time series of.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a very, what's going to happen if I was describing it is, well, something happened that said, yes, my past expectations were formed against a Fed policy that has changed now. So something changed. And I just can't quite think if the model has that I'm guessing it doesn't. It's go.
So everything works just through realized inflation rates. That's the only thing in this model that people look at, right? So in that sense, it's extreme. It just says people don't listen to what Volker was saying, didn't listen to what Volker was saying, they just looked at realized inflation rates. And so this leads to a relatively slow decline in these long-term inflation expectations.
Some other okay, good.
Yeah. All right, so that's, and just here you can see the dashed line here was kind of the end of our original sample. This is now the out of sample period, and so these patterns that we found in the earlier study kind of carry over into the out of sample period as well. Let me show you one more thing, which is in this paper here, we want to specifically focus on long-term inflation expectations. So we basically rerun everything here now with also 5 to 10 year inflation expectations from the Michigan Survey of Consumers to see whether this learning from experience model also explains these long-term inflation expectations. The other data is a little bit more sparse. You can see there are fewer dots here. This is because the Michigan survey doesn't have every month in the earlier years these long-term inflation expectations, but there's enough that we can do something with. You obtain these long-term inflation expectations in a model basically by iterating on people's perceived law of motion to get these long-term inflation expectations. And as you can see here, this also fits quite well for this longer-term expectations. Again, we have this widening of the gap in the 70s and 80s, this flipping around, and this very persistent difference between young and old in the other direction in the years before the post-COVID inflation. All right, so we take this as an encouragement to basically, take this serious as a model of how people think about the inflation process, and then to now use this to tackle the anchoring question. And the first thing I want to get to now is, well, in that kind of model, if this is how people form views about future inflation, what are the properties of these long-term inflation expectations with regards to this anchoring question? Yeah? And so I first want to illustrate this in a way, and for that, we're gonna make 3 simplifications. The first simplification is one that you're gonna see just in this illustration here, but then also in the empirical analysis that follows, which is, while this heterogeneity of different ages, between different ages was useful for identifying these experience effects, the anchoring question is really about, what's happened to the average belief. Does the average person's belief get moved or not? And so everything is going to be now about the time series of the average belief implied by learning from experience. So think of all of these cohorts learning from their lifetime experiences, and then we are going to average those beliefs, and we're going to ask, what's the dynamics of the time series of these average beliefs? The second simplification is just for this illustration here. We showed in our earlier paper that for the time series dynamics of this average belief, you can actually approximate these dynamics very well with a simple constant gain learning scheme. And so I'm going to use this constant gain learning scheme here to illustrate the properties of these time series of average beliefs. And there we also showed in our earlier paper that an estimate of this theta of around 3 basically translates into a constant gain of 1.8% per quarter. So I'm going to use this value. And then again, just for the illustration here, let's assume that this perceived autocorrelation is constant in response to surprise. And then we can ask, well, given that constant perception of autocorrelation, how are long-term inflation expectations going to move? Yeah? But we're not going to assume this in the empirical analysis. Okay, so with a constant gain of gamma, the update of an AR1 intercept is very simple in this model. The intercept gets updated by putting a weight gamma on the observed inflation surprise. Yeah? So this is how the intercept gets updated in this AR1, but the long-term inflation expectation is the intercept divided by 1 minus the perceived autocorrelation. Right? And so this means that the update of the long-term inflation expectation from one period to the next in this model is the inflation surprise times the gain divided by 1 minus the perceived autocorrelation. And so this ratio of gamma to 1 minus the autocorrelation, we're going to label delta. This is the new sensitivity of these long-term inflation expectations. And this new sensitivity is increasing in the perceived short-run persistence of inflation. So that's going to be key. When this short-run persistence gets closer to 1, then these long-term inflation expectations become very, very fragile. They react a lot to an observed inflation surprise. Okay. Now, why is that? Well, think about, just for illustration, suppose the perceived autocorrelation is approximately right now equal to the true autocorrelation. And then what is an inflation surprise? Well, you take out the persistent part given the autocorrelation coefficient. And so what you then end up with is the truly unpredictable shock and the deviation of the true intercept from the perceived intercept, right? And so this is the inflation surprise. That's basically like a noisy signal of the deviation of the true intercept from the perceived intercept, right? So it's basically the inflation surprise is a signal about the intercept, but if you want to get the unconditional mean, you need to convert that signal about the intercept into a signal about the unconditional mean. That's what the division by 1 minus rho hat is doing this. Okay. All right, now let's look at empirical tests of anchoring. So the way they work, in the literature is that you take changes in expectations over some horizon. So this age is the horizon, could be something like 5 to 10 years. And then you regress them on measures of inflation surprises. And then you estimate what this delta is. And if delta is big, then you say there's imperfect anchoring. Yeah. And we just calculated in a learning from experience model what that delta is on the previous slide. And you can see it can, anchoring there can be fragile, and basically for 2 reasons. The first one is that anchoring can never be perfect in that model because people never stop learning, right? There's always a decay of past memory and people always react to new information. So anchoring is never perfect because the delta is always at least as big as this gamma, the gain. But then the delta also rises when the perceived short-term autocorrelation rises. So whether long-term inflation expectations are stable or not depends on this perceived autocorrelation. Okay, now this has implications for the interpretation of empirical tests. So for example, if a test looks at the adoption of a central bank inflation target and whether expectations stabilized around that, well, if it happened that the perceived persistence fell around the adoption of the target, it may look like the target adoption stabilized expectations when it was in fact something about the perceived persistence of inflation that people inferred from seeing realized inflation rather than listening to what the central bank is saying. You can also have a situation where currently it may be true that the perceived autocorrelation is low. So it looks like inflation expectations are very stable, but of course this can change. If people experience another wave of inflation with persistent inflation, they will change their views about what this short-term persistence is, and this is going to make long-term inflation expectations then less stable. All right, so this perceived persistence is very important here, and so let me show you a plot of how the average perceived persistence looks like when we feed realized inflation expectations into this learning from experience model and then look at the average perceived autocorrelation across all of these cohorts at every point in time. Okay, you can see in the 70s, there was this increase in perceived persistence all the way up to a level of 0.8. And then a drop, at some point, a sharp drop, values, around 0.2 before the most recent burst of inflation. And then there was an increase in the post-COVID inflation, but not that much yet, right? And you can kind of anticipate from this already, the inflation expectation will be a little less stable here than they were before, but it's also not a huge shift because the perceived autocorrelation hasn't changed that much. Because relative to the, several decades of stable inflation, the experience of a few years of post-COVID inflation just wasn't enough yet to really move the needle on perceived autocorrelation. Yeah, Valerie.
Just want to say that also time series. Or it's finding, we all know that there's a unit rooted price level, but they were finding a unit rooted inflation
Yeah.
And the whole question is, oh, what do you do about that? It's a, integrated 1 or 2 for price level. There you would get coefficients year 1 in time series, so these people would fall with that.
My question was somewhat related in that, and again, going back to this, unit group thing, the difference between the process and a unit group process, you're assuming that there are, transitory costs. So when you.
Wait, no. This is a perceived AR1 law of motion that people are having in their mind here. So everything is transitory.
Well,
There are no permanent shocks in their model.
Permanent.
Yep. Yep.
Try to estimate, the process on empirical data, then you'll get a estimate of growth, right? Because it's trying to average the transitory and.
Yep.
One number. And so I'm interested in whether somehow or other, that is reflected in these surprisingly low estimates of the, serial correlation that people have in their own minds. Maybe they are making that mistake themselves.
Well, this is now a question of what is the true model of the inflation process, and I don't think you will get econometricians to agree on what that is and how they exactly specify it. So it's to some degree unanswerable. But this is not really the question here. The question here, we are postulating a model, a simplified view of the world that people have in their mind when they think about inflation, where the inflation process is basically characterized by 2 things, by what's the long run mean and what's the short run persistence, right? And there's no claim that this is the right model, but it seems to be, going a long way in explaining how people's inflation expectations look like, right? But there's no claim about how this now differs or relates to the true process of inflation.
This specification. This kind of model that we are one with this thing. And this specification has a really good outcome. I think that's somewhat related to what we. Except if you are using the constant gain as a function, we don't understand.
Right. I mean, there's a whole other set of questions that we're not getting into here, which if people form expectations this way, how does the equilibrium look like? Equilibrium outcomes, the actual inflation rate that's then generated, output, and all of this, which we're not addressing here, right? Yeah.
So you could estimate how long it would need to
last. We're sort of doing this in the last part that I'm getting to, not exactly this way, but it's sort of in that spirit, yeah. So I'll have a little bit to say about that. Yeah. All right. Here's the average beliefs, how they look like, that come out of this at different horizons, or long term, either 7.5 over the next 7.5 years, over the next 10 years, or 1 year, 9 year forwards. And the thing, the level comes down, of course, but what you can also see, if you look at the wiggles, that become smaller and smaller and smaller, right? You see the stabilization. These expectations get less sensitive to news over time. That's why these wiggles kind of disappear. All right, so let's now look at how this sheds some new light on some tests that people have run on this anchoring of these long-term inflation expectations. So what I'm going to show you now is based on rolling regressions, where you basically take changes in expectations over some longer horizon from one period to the next and regress them on measures of inflation surprises and then estimate this delta, this new sensitivity or the sensitivity to the inflation surprise. Yeah? And we're going to do this in 2 ways. The first one is with expectations generated from this learning from experience model. And we're going to look at how the time path of these delta estimates looks like in rolling regressions with 40-quarter windows. And then we're going to do the same thing with actual survey expectations data. And then we're going to compare the two to see how they line up. For the survey data, one thing that's a little tricky is to define that inflation surprise. So in the survey of professional forecasters, we have very nice measures of this because the survey of professional forecasters has quarterly forecasts, and so you can easily calculate quarterly surprises. For doing everything quarterly with the Michigan survey of consumers, this doesn't work so well because the Michigan survey doesn't have quarterly forecasts. So what we're doing as an approximation is we use the same inflation surprise from the SPF for all, also for the Michigan survey of consumers. And we also use it when we try to explain inflation swap rates, basically market-based expectations. So there's a little bit of, a mismatch for the Michigan survey between how we measure the inflation surprise and how the left-hand side expectations are measured. Okay, so the top plot shows you how these rolling regression deltas look like when you run them on data generated from the learning from experience model, where you can see that this new sensitivity basically was high in the 1980s and then slowly came down and was very low prior to the post-COVID inflation. And since these are 5-year rolling windows, even including the post-COVID inflation doesn't really bring that delta up much. Okay, and so this is the stabilization and new sensitivity that a lot of the literature has talked about. And you can see it also in the Michigan survey. So the Michigan survey 5 to 10 year expectations have new sensitivity have also gone down quite a bit there. Yeah. One thing to note here, I should have put these time scales a little differently here on the slides, but the starting point here is 1960, the starting point here is 1990. So if you want to map the Michigan survey plot to the plot on the top, you basically need to take this starting point here and match them to this starting point here, right? And so there you see the decrease, and you also see the decrease in the Michigan survey for these 5 to 10 year expectations there. Here's the SPF. These are 10-year expectations. So above here, experience-based 10-year expectations have this decline in new sensitivity. And then here's the SPF. Everything at a kind of a lower level. So the new sensitivity in general in the SPF is lower than in the Michigan survey. It's about, roughly half. But in terms of time trend, you see the same kind of decline as you saw in the Michigan survey and in the experience-based inflation expectations. Okay. And now I'm going to turn to an empirical test that people have run in the literature, where you basically now focus on the time period on 2012, which is here in the upper plot and down here in the lower plot, when the Fed adopted an explicit inflation target. And they basically run a test whether this new sensitivity has changed from before the adoption to after the adoption. Okay, and we do this now with a regression. Now with the new sensitivity estimate, the inflation surprise interacted with a dummy for the period after the adoption of the inflation target. The basic test is that new sensitivity different after the adoption of the inflation target. So here's the results. The left-hand side block is based on data that's coming out of the learning from experience model. The right-hand side block of columns is with actual expectations from surveys or from inflation swap rates. So Michigan survey of consumers, survey of professional forecasters, and swap rates. And the key focus here is on this interaction term, the post dummy with the inflation surprise. And let's focus first on the Michigan survey of consumers. So there you see what the literature had observed, which is there was a drop in the new sensitivity from before to after the adoption of the inflation target. But then when you look at a similar horizon, 5 to 10 year in the Michigan survey, which is about 7.5 years here for the experience-based ones, you actually see a quantitatively similar drop in this new sensitivity, also in these experience-based expectations. Yeah? So the fact that there was a stabilization from before to after can be explained quite well with the experience-based model. You don't need any attention to the Fed's announced inflation target to explain this. In our monthly data, we don't even see any stabilization for SPF and for swap rates. So there's basically insignificant changes there anyway. Right? But for the survey where we see it, the Michigan survey, it kind of matches what the experience-based model delivers. All right, you can do the same test around the onset of the post-COVID inflation. So that the question is, you know, did these few years of high inflation dislodge long-term inflation expectations? And kind of similar test where now the post dummy is a dummy for the period after the onset of the inflation surge. And there, kind of the finding, let's focus first on the surveys over there, is that there is not any evidence really of an increase. So Michigan survey, they went down. Swap rates, the new sensitivity actually also went down. For SPF, there's a bit of an increase, but it's a relatively small magnitude. So still relatively close to zero. And the question is, you know, is this what can explain why these expectations stayed so stable? Well, in the experience-based model, you get the same kind of stability. There's not much reaction yet to this post-COVID inflation in terms of the new sensitivity. These coefficients are slightly positive, but they are very, very close to zero. Yeah. All right, and now the last test that we look at is one that Bernanke and Blanchard have run in a recent paper, where they model inflation expectations as some, you know, a function of some lags of past expectations and then recent realized inflation rates. And there the idea is that if expectations are well anchored, then the coefficients on these realized inflation rates should basically be small, right? So realized inflation shocks shouldn't do much to move long-term expectations. And the way they ran the test is they ran it with and without post-COVID data. They find very similar coefficients. And so they say, well, the post-COVID inflation hasn't done much to change or unanchor long-term inflation expectations. And when we do this with experience-based expectations, column 1, pre-COVID, column 4, full sample, including post-COVID inflation, and then look at the coefficients, the sum of coefficients on these realized inflation terms, pre-COVID and full sample, it's basically identical, right? So this is, again, also consistent with the experience-based learning model. Now, everything I've told you so far is kind of saying, well, there's an observational equivalence, right? That everything can be quite well explained by people just learning from realized inflation. And so this should at least make us humble, or maybe also make the Fed humble about, did this communication about the target really have much of an effect on these inflation expectations? But it would be nice to go a little bit further to see, is it really this experience-based stuff that's going on, or maybe also, something else that we don't yet know about? So it would be nice to see some kind of signature in this change in the new sensitivity that is really unique to the experience-based learning model. And the way to do this is basically now look at age heterogeneity and age heterogeneity in the time evolution of these new sensitivities, right? Because different people of different age, they will differ in our framework in their perceived autocorrelation. And so depending on the experience path of inflation, they will also differ in how stable their expectations are with regards to sensitivity to news. Yeah. And so let me just show you the plot here. If we run these rolling regressions separated into two age groups, younger people in blue and then older people in orange or red here, and we do this with the experience-based expectations that come out from just feeding the realized inflation into this experience-based learning model, you can see what we get here at the top. So younger people started out around 1990 with having more new sensitive long-term inflation expectations because they at the time had higher perceived autocorrelation, right? The 70s played a much bigger role in their experience set at that time than for older people. So younger people started out with more sensitive expectations, but at some point their sensitivity dropped below the sensitivity of older people, and then recently it just flipped around a little bit there. Okay, if you now do these rolling regressions in the Michigan survey consumers also separating young and old, we find a pattern that kind of matches this, not quite super exactly, but in the confidence bands, you can also see we get into, relatively large amounts of noise there now if you split the sample in this way. But nevertheless, some basic patterns kind of match up. Young people start out with higher sensitivity, and then younger people's sensitivity drops below the sensitivity of older people. And then here it gets kind of close to flipping around again, right? So this heterogeneity is a signature does seem to be there in these Michigan survey expectations. All right, and now to the last part, which is, what would happen going forward if we experience another 2 waves of inflation like in the 70s, right? So in the 70s, in the Great Inflation, there were kind of 3 waves, one starting in 68, one starting in 73, and one in 78. And we're not just going to ask, well, what would happen if the 73 and 78 waves were just coming now in the next years? Okay, going to show you what would happen to inflation expectations under 3 different kinds of models. The first one is the experience-based inflation expectations. The second one is a model that's basically based on this anchoring test around the inflation target adoption that I showed you earlier, which basically allows expectations to have some persistence and then also some weight on an inflation target, which is 2.5%, and then some new sensitivity that is estimated from pre-COVID data. And this is then assumed to be the constant. These parameters are constant going forward. We're just going to look at what happens to this. And then we're also going to have the Bernanke-Blanchard model with these realized inflation lags. And we're going to use pre-COVID estimates of these coefficients and just carry this forward. Okay, so here's the inflation path we're going to feed into this. This is data until now, until the red dashed line, and now just added these 2 inflation waves from the 70s. That's the hypothetical path going forward. Down here, you see now, if you feed this path of inflation into this learning from experience model, the perceived autocorrelation on average across cohorts that results from this is shown here. So you can see we would get back to levels of perceived persistence of around 0.8, like in 1981. Now here's what would happen to the inflation expectations going forward. So blue is the experience-based model, here first based on actual realized data, and starting out from the red dashed line, feeding in this hypothetical path of inflation. And you can see we would get back to long-term inflation expectations around 6 to 7%. If you take this Bundig and Smith model, where there's this weight on the Fed's inflation target of 2.5%, then depending on whether you estimate this with the Michigan survey of consumers in red here, the solid line, or with the survey of professional forecasters, you kind of get the same answer. There would be basically no change in these long-term inflation expectations in response to these high inflation rates. The Bernanke-Blanchard model gives you these dashed lines, so that's kind of a little bit in between, but also doesn't get as far up as under the experience-based learning, right? So this is in some sense kind of the key question, why the reason for the stabilization of inflation expectations in the last decades is so important, because it gives you different answers about what would happen going forward under different inflationary scenarios. All right, so let me conclude here. We argue that the stability of long-run inflation expectations and also the stability in the face of the post-COVID inflation is consistent with learning from experiences of realized inflation without any anchoring to an announced inflation target. And it's then important to keep in mind that in this learning from experience model, the stability that we had seen in recent years is temporary, right? This depends on people's perceived autocorrelation staying low. And if there are new experiences of persistent inflation, this could change. And this would then change the new sensitivity of long-run inflation expectations. And then, if you think about Fed policy going forward, what our results would say is, don't be too confident in that communication about a target is going to do all that much. It's really actions with interest rate policy reacting vigorously to deviations from the target that's going to be important to keep realized inflation rates in check, which are going to keep long-term inflation expectations in check.
However, I noticed, wow, and the change,
Mhm.
like, but then there's also measurements. This wonderful paper by, Pat Istrefti, under the other name, that has topped up machines. They have new data from Federal Reserve. And it would be interesting to just compare that to that regime one, because that's the alternative explanation. If you run a linear AR1 model on machine switching model, it'll look like an AR1.
Yeah, yeah.
They could also do it, and especially with the sharp drops.
Yeah.
You know, so
I mean,
the story's the same. It's
Yeah.
just-
I mean, the way I think about this AR1 is this is what people have in their mind. People are not going to estimate a Hamilton.
It's a different regime. And
Yeah.
part of it is
Yeah.
the debt unsustainability.
Uh-huh.
And I know enough history, I
Yeah.
works too, right out. That there is, I think that they're gonna do financial repression, because they can't make multiple decisions about time taxes. So that's.
I also really like what they. But referring to the AR1 validity, very actually for AR1 field, I would say multiple. There's a high precision activity voltage, which the learning can switch to the high.
Yeah.
That creates out-correlation in shocks. And for the AR1 model, that also means that in equilibrium, you get a near human boost because of the amplification of the persistent amplification. So there are some papers that are related to what you do.
Uh-huh.
The experience-based stuff.
I also think you're being too kind to people who deal with the inflation target and run an experiment in which inflation's got like this. They say my target's 3%. Like, okay, so now I know your words mean absolutely nothing, and so fine. That's just it, and my target is, yeah, right.
Well, thanks for
Yeah.
this lesson. Thanks for a great
Thank you.
talk, and lots of reasons to watch the Fed. They're doing.
could go and run around door to door, but I don't think that's gonna work. So.
Right, your camera and microphone are on. When you're ready.
Thank you.
There's another problem, you know, like, you know, then.
Well, I mean, I look at that test. As you know, but you might. But. I don't think. Just so.
All right, so Peter, please begin in front of Hugh the Brave.
All right, amazing. So yeah, thank you for having me here. As the title suggests, the paper is on credit card borrowing in heterogeneous agent models. All right. So a key principle of the modern heterogeneous agent macro literature is to build models from the ground up, take facts about household finances seriously before aggregating up to think about macro implications. Now, that literature typically starts with something along the lines of the following two stylized facts about household behavior. First, while many households hold sizable levels of illiquid wealth, those same households often hold near zero levels of liquid wealth. And second, marginal propensities to consume are much larger than what is typically predicted by our classical consumption models. Now, in light of those two stylized facts, heterogeneous agent models have turned to these hand-to-mouth households as a key building block. And in particular, these models tend to rely on households who are constrained at the zero liquid wealth kink. Now, what does it mean if you're constrained at the zero liquid wealth kink? Well, if you're at the zero liquid wealth kink, you're holding little to no positive liquid assets. You don't want to save because the return on savings is too low. But you're also not borrowing because borrowing comes at costly, say, credit card interest rates. So you have these households then that are stuck at this kink, wanting to consume more, but not wanting to borrow in order to do it. And because they want to consume more, if the government comes in and hands them a $1,000 stimulus check, they will go out and have a large MPC out of that stimulus. Now, I'm going to label this framework as ZHTM going forwards to emphasize the centrality of these hand-to-mouth households with zero liquid wealth. But if you give me a couple more slides, I'll pin down just a little bit more fully what I mean by that. What are we going to do in this paper? Well, we're going to leverage data on households' credit card borrowing decisions to test this ZHTM framework, right? While this ZHTM framework is typically justified by that first stylized fact that many households hold near zero levels of liquid wealth, it's also well known that measuring liquid wealth in the data is hard to do, right? There's a timing mismatch between income and expenses, or just to put that more heuristically, think about the extent to which the money in your own bank account bounces around from one week to the next. Alternatively, by looking directly at borrowing, for the households who are carrying a credit card balance, the fact that they are revolving directly reveals to us the intertemporal price of consumption that they're willing to pay. All right. So what are we going to do in this paper? We're going to ask, and if I'm lucky, answer 3 questions. First, we're going to ask, is the household borrowing that we see in the data consistent with the ZHTM framework? And fundamentally, our answer is going to be no. All right. While the ZHTM framework relies on households avoiding credit card debt, what we instead see in the data is that the majority of US households with a credit card carry a balance on that card from one month to the next. Moreover, most of the households previously identified as being ZHTM based on some fuzzy measurements of their liquid wealth are actually revolving credit card debt, inconsistent with that hand-to-mouth framework. That leads to a challenge, though, which is what we didn't come up with the ZHTM framework out of nowhere. We came up with it to match the high MPCs that we do in fact see in the data. And so the next question we ask, well, how can we realign heterogeneous agent models with the data not only on MPCs, but also with the data on households' credit card borrowing? And I'm going to argue that present bias or beta delta preferences can help us to overcome that challenge. And I'll give two key propositions to make that point. First, I'll show you that present bias induces households to revolve modest amounts of credit card debt, consistent with what we see in the data. Second, I'll argue that these households engage in what we're going to call indebted savings behavior that's going to lead to high MPCs, even though households aren't going to be explicitly stuck at that zero liquid wealth kink. And then the last thing that I want to say, and I'm not sure if this will make the people in this room too happy necessarily, but it's a fact whether or not you want to like it. Present bias really is a scalpel in these models, not a sledgehammer. What does it mean? It means it's a fine-tuned instrument. It retains many of the general modeling insights of the heterogeneous agent literature, but lines up more closely with the credit card borrowing. No. Man, considering how many puns and idioms you've heard, I'm surprised this isn't one of them. All right. But then the last thing we ask is, well, does this matter for the kind of macro policy implications of these sorts of Hank-style models? And we think the answer is yes. Probably won't go into it too much today, but here's just some kind of motivational evidence that the credit card debt that is truly on households' balance sheets, even though it's often missing from our models, that matters for thinking about how households respond to fiscal and monetary policy. So thinking first about fiscal policy, here I'm showing you aggregate revolving credit card debt in the US. So this is just the debt that households carry from one month to the next. It generally trends up over time. However, there's basically one period in time where it went down pretty sharply, and that's right in the COVID period. So those three dashed lines, they mark the 3 rounds of stimulus checks that households got in COVID. What you can see, also consistent with a lot of the survey evidence that was collected at the time, is households by and large took those stimulus checks and used them to pay off their credit card. All right? But whereas that's where a lot of the survey evidence ended, you also see that's not at all the end of the story. As soon as those stimulus checks stop coming in, you see this pretty sharp and dramatic rebound in credit card borrowing, consistent with a model where credit card borrowing is a recurrent state, but inconsistent with a model where households avoid credit card borrowing. All right. It also matters for monetary policy. So in black, I'm showing you the federal funds rate. In red, the credit card interest rate over the last 10 years. The only thing I want you to take away from that figure is that these rates effectively move one for one with one another. That's a contractual feature of credit cards in the US these days. They're just a markup on the prime rate. Why that matters, though, is that once you realize that the majority of US households are carrying a balance on their credit card, changes to the federal funds rate directly affect the intertemporal price of consumption that all of those households are facing.
Question, unless you want to.
No.
I mean, this spread has kind of doubled. I've been curious about it from 4% to 7%. Do I understand what happened?
So the interest rates for the credit cards are on the right. But I don't think the spread has doubled by 4% to 7%. There's a bit of a risk premium spike right in COVID. Yeah.
0 versus 4. Okay.
I'm with Andre on the count.
Now they are 15, 4 versus
21.
21. That's a much bigger difference, no?
So there's some difference. A lot of that is we think kind of a risk premium based story where in deep crises like COVID, you had a bit of a markup on new applicants. They raised the interest rates. That's kind of as much as I have to say about this. I said they move roughly one for one with each other, not totally one for one. All right, so what are we going to talk about? I'm going to start with an empirical analysis of households' credit card borrowing. I'm going to turn to a stylized model with present bias, showing you how present bias can help to align our heterogeneous agent models with the data on credit card borrowing. And then I'll maybe have a few slides that I'll get to at the end, basically taking those insights from the stylized model to a richer 2-asset model as well. Basically, because present bias is so tractable, the insights that I'll show you in the stylized model extends pretty directly to the 2-asset model as well. Okay, so let's start with an empirical analysis. Before jumping into the data, let me just review the ZHTM framework a little bit more. So MPCs are maybe the central concept in modern heterogeneous agent macro. And to fit the aggregate MPCs that we see in the data, these heterogeneous agent models typically rely on these ZHTM households or these hand-to-mouth households that are constrained at the zero liquid wealth king. All right, just to kind of give you an example of that, in the monetary policy according to Hank paper of Kaplan, Moll, and Violante, 29% of households in that model have exactly zero liquid wealth. All right, about a third of households in that model are stuck exactly at that zero liquid wealth kink, and that's where the high MPCs are coming from. What's going on with those households? Well, at least for me, that set of Euler equations is helpful. The Euler equation on the left of the screen is telling you for a household that's stuck at that kink, they want to consume more if they can fund that consumption at the low risk-free rate of R. The Euler equation on the right of the screen, though, is telling you, well, households actually aren't going to consume more if they instead have to fund that consumption at a higher, say, credit card interest rate of RCC. All right, so for a household that's stuck at the zero liquid wealth kink, what's going on there? Well, they want to consume more, but they don't want to borrow in order to do it. What that means then is that these households are constrained at the zero liquid wealth kink precisely because they're choosing not to utilize high interest rate credit card borrowing. That then gives us a very simple but sharp test of this framework. We can just look at credit card borrowing in the data to see if households are in fact avoiding that credit card debt as the framework predicts, right? And that's all that we're going to do. Super simple. Survey of consumer finances, not the most, not the fanciest data set, but it's more than sufficient for our purposes here. I'm going to look from 2013 to 2019, although the choice of years doesn't matter too much. Where our approach is going to differ to some extent with earlier papers in the literature is we're going to focus just on the households in the SCF that actually have bank accounts and credit cards. All right, so we're going to drop the unbanked households that don't have bank accounts, the underbanked households that don't have credit cards. Why are we going to do that? We're going to do that to align the households that we're studying in the SCF with the ZHTM framework that we're testing. All right, the ZHTM framework typically assumes households have access to a savings product like a bank account, have access to a borrowing product like a credit card. It's well known in the US, many low-income households struggle to get access to fee-free banking. Sasha's done some nice work showing many low-income households struggle to get approved for credit cards. For testing the ZHTM framework, we want to look at the households in the data that actually have access to the financial products the framework assumes to ensure we're not drawing basically spurious conclusions from households who aren't well described by that framework. Yeah.
Well, because, tell you whether they were revolving the balance or not. I mean, it shows what the balance is, but it doesn't show whether you paid it off.
So the question is, after you made your last payment, how much is remaining on your balance? Now, that is a difficult question to answer, but the question is designed to capture revolving credit card debt. I can also say that all of the numbers that I'm going to show you have been shown not exactly to the point, but the numbers that I'm going to show you are pretty robust if you look in the Experian data, in the CFPB account level data. There's nothing too surprising here, but the survey question is designed to capture revolving credit card debt. The other thing that I'm going to do kind of related to this is how we're going to define high interest credit card debt. What we're focusing on is the revolving credit card debt. So that's debt that households do carry from 1 month to the next, if you believe the survey. And then we're going to condition on households reporting that they pay an APR of above 5%. And that's just to make sure that we're throwing out promotional balance transfer cards and things like this. So, what we're trying to capture here is really the debt that households carry from 1 month to the next and pay interest on. Question?
That's just a very basic question. So, the implication that the ZHTM framework would imply no revolving credit, right? I mean, we know that revolving credit is huge, right? So, that's just like a well-known fact, right?
Sure.
So is that not something that's thought about in the heterogeneous agent macro lit? It's like nobody
Yeah, I think
put this together, has thought revolving credit is inconsistent
That's-
That's not a moment I'm trying to estimate. Okay?
No, I mean, yeah.
No, that's the line. You just always-
That's the point. That's the point of this paper. To take it a little bit further, and we have a little line about this in the paper. Like, there's a big literature in household finance documenting the prevalence of this credit card borrowing. We're not the first people to put these facts on the table. And then there's this other literature in macro relying on these hand-to-mouth style households to get large MPCs. And previously, those literatures are just kind of glided by in parallel. And what we're trying to say is really this point here. No, the fact that you are carrying a credit card balance is actually a sharp test of this hand-to-mouth framework. So that's kind of our contribution, is just to say these literatures shouldn't be, going in parallel. There needs to be a connection. And when you try to bring them together, you find that the current state of macro models needs a bit of refinement.
The difficulty is getting off the referee who in one manner. You just closed off that line. Anyway.
Yeah. So in our sample, which effectively what we're doing is we're looking at US households with credit cards. All right. But by looking at US households with credit cards, you're skewing the sample to much more affluent households. Despite skewing the sample towards more affluent households, 52% of households carry a credit card balance from 1 month to the next. All right. So the majority of US households with a credit card carry a balance on that card from 1 month to the next. And that 52% number is just far more than what's typically predicted by conventional heterogeneous agent models. Many of them don't allow for any borrowing whatsoever. Of the ones that allow for borrowing, they get maybe 10 or 15% of households to borrow, but they by and large miss this 52% number. We can also zoom in on the households with near zero measured liquid wealth, who were previously used to identify this ZHTM framework. Again, we find that the majority of those households are actually revolving a credit card balance, inconsistent with them being ZHTM. All right. So our takeaway at the end of the day is just, we kind of double clicked into the evidence, if you will, and we found relatively little evidence of households actually bunching at that zero liquid wealth kink. Although, of course, bunching at that kink is the central premise of these hand-to-mouth households in many heterogeneous agent models. Okay. We can next look at the intensive margin of credit card borrowing. For the households who are borrowing, how much are they borrowing? On the left, I'm showing you their debt relative to their income. On the right, I'm showing you their debt relative to their credit limit. And our third stylized fact is that while we see a very high extensive margin usage of credit card debt, on the intensive margin, household usage of credit card debt is much more modest, right? And all that I really mean by that, again, this is survey data, so you may not want to, or you should maybe take the precise numbers with a grain of salt. But what's really coming through in the data is that while households are borrowing on their credit card, they're also not maxing out their credit card either. So households seem to be in the interior, if you will, but they're on their Euler equation, if you will, but the right interest rate to plug into that Euler equation is the credit card interest rate of, 20-odd%. So you may be wondering, is this just a mistake? Are households, forgetting to pay off their balance 1 month? The SCF is not the best data set for studying persistence, but in the SCF, and also looking broadly across the literature, we find that credit card debt tends to be quite persistent. So if you want one stylized fact to keep in the back of your minds, if a household is revolving a balance this quarter, there's about a 75% chance that they'll be revolving a balance next quarter as well. All right.
Like 8 years, there is a 50% chance that we revolve. That's what
Claire and Dominic find. Yeah, so the 75% number comes right out of a Fulford and Chu paper. It's persistent. Yeah.
saying that they
Yeah. And so at the end of the day, basically what we find is that, the right model of the world is not a model with ZHTM households. Instead, the right model of the world seems to be one with what's closer to like aspirationally hand-to-mouth households. What do I mean by that? Well, households would like to be at the zero liquid wealth kink. That's a better place for them to be, but they have about $5,000 of credit card debt that they need to pay off before actually getting to that zero liquid wealth kink. All right. And then the last thing we can do is we can just step back a little bit and look at the income and wealth of the households in our sample. So on the top, I'm showing you the average income and wealth of households that don't revolve credit card debt. On the bottom, I'm showing you the average income and wealth of households that do revolve credit card debt. And actually, what was most surprising to us when we first cut these statistics is how similar these groups of households are. The households with credit card debt, they're lower income, average income about 70,000 instead of 85,000. Their lower wealth, average wealth of about 200,000 instead of 400,000. But our fifth stylized fact is that the households with credit card debt do also tend to hold sizable levels of wealth on average. That wealth is almost in illiquid assets like homes and retirement accounts. But why that's important is it suggests that this credit card borrowing is not due simply to households being impatient. What do I mean by that? There's kind of another strand of the literature that builds these heterogeneous agent models, focuses on matching credit card borrowing. And in a rational world, one way of matching credit card borrowing is to just give households a 30% annual discount rate. Right? If you discount the future at 30%, you're happy to borrow on a credit card. But if you give households a 30% annual discount rate, you're not going to be able to generate the fact that those households are simultaneously paying down their mortgage and building wealth in retirement accounts at the same time. Right? So why we turn to present bias is that it introduces a tension in their time preferences, which helps us to fit what we see on their balance sheets. Present bias makes households impatient in the short run, but keeps them patient in the long run. The short run impatience gives us the credit card borrowing. The long run patience allows us to fit this illiquid wealth holdings as well.
There reasons you prefer beta delta to like higher consistent wealth household worker temptation or commitment preferences?
In the models, it's unclear. You know, beta delta, it's one change. I add a beta. With temptation preferences, you need to know what you're tempted over. And that's a hard thing to pin down and gives you, I think, many more degrees of freedom.
Well,
So-
Peter Max said that's co-authors on many papers.
I know we have the
Yeah.
beta delta expert.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paying and-
Yeah.
I was just thinking that maybe it's harder when you have a credit card that creates temptation right there. There might be some factors
Yeah.
that could help limit loss.
For sure. We haven't looked too hard into delineating between the two models. One is because, for all intents and purposes, we're on the same team here. I like a lot of their work and believe a lot of their facts. Also, because it's hard to pin down what you're tempted over, it's maybe also hard to pin down what the precise predictions are. But while there may be some differences in terms of the last 5%, in terms of the first 95%, the models are generating similar predictions. And I think both do help us to fit what we see. All right. So just to kind of wrap up the data, these ZHTM households, these households bunching at the zero liquid wealth kink, they're a foundational building block of modern heterogeneous agent models. However, those households' avoidance of credit card debt is just not supported in the data, we don't think. And that really rules out the ZHTM framework as a key mechanism for generating MPCs in heterogeneous agent models. It leads to a new challenge, though, which is, well, how can we build the models that do generate the large MPCs we see in the data without relying counterfactually on households being constrained at the zero liquid wealth kink? And that'll take us to the theory. All right, so what are we going to do? As I said, we're going to turn to present bias, time inconsistent preferences, which induce a self-control problem. In particular, we are going to use the continuous time instantaneous gratification implementation of present bias. This is your standard model of present bias, but we're going to shrink the length of now down to just one single instant of time dt. All right, so on the left, I'm showing you this instantaneous gratification discount function mathematically. Util in the current instant gets a full weight of 1. Utils earned any period in the future are immediately and discretely discounted by beta before rho governs any longer run exponential discounting. And then on the right, I'm showing you these discount functions graphically. The black curve with beta equal to 1, that's your standard exponential discount function. The red curve with that discontinuity at time 0, that is your instantaneous gratification discount function, where all utils earned any time in the future instead of right now in the present are immediately and discretely discounted by this discount factor beta. Now, let me just emphasize, this is not a psychologically realistic model of time preferences. This is a mathematical construction. We don't think that the length of now is like literally just one instant of time dt. We think that the length of now is anywhere from as short as maybe a few seconds, honestly, to as long as maybe a day or a week. I have another paper with David showing that this continuous time specification provides a close approximation to a maybe psychologically more realistic model where the length of now is a day instead of an instant. The benefit of going all the way to continuous time is just that it's going to help us with tractability. Also, I'm going to assume sophistication in this paper. So you're aware of your present bias, but it's actually not going to matter in the sense that there's going to be an observational equivalence between sophistication and naivete in the set of models that I'll build. And so the last thing I want to say is like, why are we turning to present bias? What I want to show you is it's a very natural way of fitting the borrowing facts that I just showed you. In particular, it's going to give you the high extensive margin, but low intensive margin borrowing. And in addition to generating those borrowing patterns on the one hand, it's going to generate substantial illiquid wealth accumulation on the other hand. All right. But I want to emphasize at this point, like we don't have a smoking gun for identifying present bias per se. What we find is it's very tractable. You can add it to a Hank style model in closed form. You just need to change a couple of lines of code on your computer. It's very tractable. It helps to align with the credit card borrowing facts. And that's what I'll show you. But you know, the first part of the paper is kind of saying there's a problem. There's all of this credit card borrowing data that's missing. We're going to turn to present bias as one solution, but you know, whether it be temptation preferences or something richer, you know, we have no smoking gun for present bias. And indeed, you know, we don't want to rule out, you know, other things going on in the data too. Yeah.
Say, some paper details on the illiquid wealth. There are a number of ways you could do that. I'm just curious which one, because, you know, if you were always subject to the bias, I think you would never make the decision to commit to the policy like withdrawing, withholding from your wages. So what's your term?
So I'm happy to talk about that. I think I'll have time to actually talk a little bit about it. Let me also say, though, that you know, this is in a kind of continuous time specification of present bias, which I've been working on across a couple of other different papers. And a lot of the natural intuitions you may have about demand for commitment actually don't necessarily hold in this framework. So I'll get to it, but I also want to say this is a little bit of a different framework than maybe some of the pre-existing intuitions you have. Yeah.
Like, what's the ideal data? Like, what if you could magically create it as the data?
It's a good question. I don't have a good answer for you.
He said, look, we're just doing this present bias, kind of tends to fit. We don't even have a smoking gun that this is what's going on. So what is that data that we don't have that if we could dream it out, we would want?
I'm a little bit of a model is always a model.
And then you can ask people. Yeah, right. Ask people.
Yeah. So
This is the way you think about it. It could be like.
oh, okay. So instead of asking better data questions, ask them. Is that the way you think about it?
Are you always just tempted? And the reason spend all this money on a credit card is you can't resist. In the moment, you can't resist. If they say that, then.
I mean, if you want to get that graphic, you know, this model is pretty decisively rejected by the fact that it works completely differently for money than for goods. So, you know, the choices between pizza today and pizza 10 months from now are governed by completely different laws than the choice between money today and money a month from now. So I think that's.
So the fact
Well,
that
so-
we act similarly to money, the money you think rejects.
I'll give a different take. So it's all as if I'll give a different take, which is I am open to a world with multiple biases. And I'm not saying this is the only thing going on. In fact, my households are far too rational relative to what I think is going on in the world. But I know how to model this, and I do think it's part of what's going on. So that's my stance. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Yeah. They're borrowing a little. Exactly. So the model's gonna build on exactly that. Actually, once households get a lot of credit card debt, then they take money out of their home or they take money out of their retirement account. The reason you have a lot of households with a little bit of credit card debt is because the small kind of illiquidity costs that do exist, it costs you $5,000 to do a cash out refi. That is what's going to maintain the fact that these households have a little bit of credit card debt on their balance sheet in perpetuity. All right. So let me now just show you the model. It's going to be in the most stripped down possible model that I can build to give you some intuition, but I think a lot of the insights that I'll show you here extends pretty directly to the richer model as well, which is why I'm going to show just the most stripped down model. Okay, so it's going to be a totally deterministic model, just a cake eating model, but with a credit card. So households are going to receive a constant flow income of Y bar, which I'll normalize to 1. Households can save or borrow in a liquid asset of B, so just a one asset model. The one interesting thing in this model is how the return on liquid wealth is specified. All right, so if your liquid wealth is positive, you earn a low risk-free rate of R. If your liquid wealth is negative and you're borrowing, you have to pay this credit card borrowing wedge of omega CC, and that wedge introduces a kink or a soft borrowing constraint at 0 liquid wealth. All right, households' flow savings function then is going to be standard. The evolution of their liquid wealth equals their income flow Y bar plus any interest earnings or payments on their liquid wealth minus their consumption outflows. Households have CRA utility with gamma denoting the coefficient of relative risk aversion. All right, it's going to be one slide of theory and then pictures. When I show you those pictures, how I'm going to calibrate the model, I'm going to set the return on savings to be low at 1%. I'm going to set the credit card borrowing wedge, omega CC, to be 15% because credit cards are costly. Households are going to be relatively patient in the long run with a long run discount rate rho of 3%, but they're going to be a little bit impatient in the short run with a short run discount factor beta of 0.9. Okay, so here's the one slide of theory. Now for any present biased agent with beta less than 1, I can define the de-biased exponential agent as the agent that has no present bias but is otherwise identical. All right, so this de-biased exponential agent is what our present bias agent would be if you turned off their present bias. All right, they give us a very nice theoretical point of comparison, because if you let C hat denote the consumption of that exponential agent, the consumption function of the present biased agent is just a scaled up version of that exponential agent's consumption with the scaling factor given by the term in brackets. All right, so what's nice about continuous time, you can do this all in closed form. Really, all that I've told you is that present biased agents overconsume relative to how they would behave if they didn't have present bias. All right, so how does that work? How does that kind of matter in these models? So here I'm showing you the model solution. First, for an exponential agent without any present bias. I'm showing you their consumption function on the left, their savings function on the right. Now, if you want to understand what's going on here, it's easiest to look at the flow savings function on the right. So, let's see if I can get this right. When households have positive liquid wealth, money in their bank account, their savings is negative. That means they're consuming more than their income. They're eating down the money in their bank account. Why is that? The return on savings is 1%. They discount the future at 3%, so they want to eat down the money in their bank account. What's going on to the left of 0? Well, these households to the left of 0, they're borrowing. They're borrowing on credit cards. Credit cards are costly. These households don't like borrowing on credit cards, so they consume less than their income. They save some money, and they drift to the right. In the long run, where this flow savings rate, or B dot, equals 0, is exactly at this 0 liquid wealth kink. So my rational households, they just sit at 0. They don't want to save because the return on savings is too low. They don't want to borrow because the cost of borrowing is too high, and they just sit there. So this is basically the simplest model of these hand-to-mouth households that I could build, right? What happens when I add present bias? Well, I just showed you present bias shifts up the consumption function. If you consume more, you save less, so present bias shifts down the savings function. Now what's going on? Well, these households with lots of positive liquid wealth, they have negative savings. They're eating down the money in their bank account. These households with lots of negative liquid wealth, they have positive savings. They don't like having a lot of credit card debt, so they want to pay down their credit card balance to some extent. But the absorbing point for these present biased households, where they sit in the long run, is with a little bit of credit card debt persistently on their balance sheet. All right, so that's fundamentally what present bias does in these models. That's the little tweak. It moves households off of the 0 liquid wealth kink and moves them to have just a little bit of credit card debt on their balance sheet in the long run, right? So that's basically the intuition for how present bias operates. I'll now just show you a couple of propositions to kind of formalize that, but really what's going on in this figure is what's the key effect of present bias. So First, it turns out that regardless of what that credit card borrowing wedge is, the present bias agent is going to choose to accumulate some amount of debt in this model rather than sitting exactly at that zero liquid wealth kink. What's the intuition? Well, my rational household, when they have zero liquid wealth, they don't want to save, they don't want to borrow, so they just set consumption equal to income. My present bias household, who overconsumes by a little bit, they set consumption above income, and that caused them to take on some credit card debt. But you can also see here, just because they're borrowing something on the extensive margin doesn't mean that they're maxing out their credit card either. And in fact, the extent that present bias agents are willing to borrow is something that you can calibrate with beta. Right? So as I take beta to 1, which is turning off these agents' present bias, I'm going to shift the red curve closer to the black curve, and that's going to cause the extent to which these present bias agents borrow to converge to 0. All right. So what you see very naturally with present bias, you get the credit card borrowing, but they're not maxing out their credit cards either. And what I think is very important here, now admittedly, this is a very stripped down model, but you cannot get this result in this stripped down model with exponential time preferences. There really is something about time inconsistency going on here. What do I mean by that? With exponential time preferences, there's only 3 possible long-run outcomes in this model. I can get households to save and save and save if their discount rate is less than the return on savings. I can get them to borrow and borrow and borrow until they max out their credit card if their discount rate is above the credit card interest rate. Or I can get them to sit at the zero liquid wealth kink, not save and not borrow if their discount rate is between those 2 interest rates. Alternatively, with present bias, which makes households time inconsistent, that time inconsistency is exactly what we need to get a lot of households with a little bit of credit card debt. Consistent, I think, with what we see in the data. Yeah.
Maybe I misunderstood, but without the kink in the borrowing versus saving rate.
Sure.
You have less than infinity wealth at a target level of wealth, right? So it's not the case that you know that you're either going to be at zero wealth or infinity wealth on the relation. I mean,
This is just a deterministic model.
oh, okay.
That's
So there's no uncertainty.
no, I'm just showing because this is the simplest model. Exactly. Yeah. No, I just want to start with the deterministic model to show how present bias like really fundamentally changes the prediction. All of these insights about present bias shifting up the consumption function that causing households to go into credit card debt. What I'm really trying to emphasize is that present bias households just don't get stuck at the kink. Even when you add income noise and whatnot in a model, you still are going to get a lot of households stuck at a kink. With present bias, they just don't get stuck at that kink. They blow past it and go a little bit to the left instead. All right. So the next question is, well, because these households aren't getting stuck at this kink, they're on their Euler equation, throughout time. What happens to their consumption fund? Or what happens to their MPCs if they're not stuck at that kink? Turns out the slope of the consumption function is unbounded at zero liquid wealth, with the slope of the consumption function going to infinity both from the right of 0 and also from the left of 0. Now, in continuous time, this gets a little bit more complicated, but let me just unpack it a little bit. The slope of the consumption function corresponds to your MPC. That the consumption function is steep to the right of 0, that's very well known. That's your classic concave consumption function prediction. That's what these ZHTM models rely on to get these elevated MPCs. What I'm showing you here is that the consumption function is convex instead of concave to the left of 0, but importantly, it's still steep. And the fact that it's still steep means that households with a little bit of credit card debt are going to have large MPCs, even though they're not explicitly stuck at that zero liquid wealth kink. We refer to this as indebted savings behavior. If you look at what's going on, you see that when households start funding consumption with their credit card instead of with money in their bank account, their consumption drops off pretty quickly. They don't like buying things with their credit card, so they cut back on consumption and increase savings. If you're the government and you come in and you give these households a stimulus check that allows them to pay off their credit card, well, that turns off this indebted savings effect, allows them to consume more rapidly again until they slide back down into their pre-existing level of credit card debt. All right, so let me now talk about policy implications. I'm doing well on time, and then I'll also talk a little bit about the richer 2-asset model. So what present bias does, it shifts households from that concave part of their consumption function to the convex part of their consumption function. And that's going to matter for thinking about these models' predictions about MPC size effects and MPC sign asymmetries. So let me start with MPC size effects. If the consumption function is concave, you get a big MPC out of a small transfer. But as the transfer gets bigger, the MPC drops off relatively quickly. And I think one of the kind of failings of these models with ZHTM households, they can match the MPC out of relatively small transfers, but they predict too small of an MPC out of big transfers. With present bias, by just moving households a little bit to the left, that's all it does. You make the consumption function steeper over a wider part of the state space. And what does that mean? It means present bias households are going to have larger MPCs over larger transfers, we think more consistent with what we see in the data. I don't want to emphasize this hump shape too much. That gets smoothed out in the richer stochastic model. But by making the consumption function steeper for longer, you get bigger MPCs out of bigger transfers. It also matters for sign asymmetries. If the consumption function is concave, you're going to have a bigger MPC out of negative shocks than positive shocks. If the consumption function is convex, you'll have a bigger MPC out of a positive shock, a smaller MPC out of a negative shock. We don't have great empirical evidence on this. The one paper I know that actually uses hard data is this paper by Brian Baugh and co-authors in the AER. They look at tax refunds or tax payments of households. What do they find? If a household gets a tax refund, they get money from the government. Then those households go out and spend a lot of that tax refund. If households get a tax payment, so they have to give money to the government, that's a negative wealth shock. They don't cut back on their consumption too much. Instead, they fund that payment by reducing savings or increasing debt. Credit card borrowing also matters for monetary policy. What am I showing you here? I'm showing you households' consumption elasticity in response to a transitory cut in interest rates. The red curve and the dashed black curve sit on top of one another. That's because one is just a percentage scaling up of the other, and I'm showing you a percent change. But what I'm trying to emphasize with these dots is that what also matters is where the households are in the state space. One of the big kind of arguments of the monetary policy according to Henk paper is that you have a lot of these hand-to-mouth households with no money in their bank account and no credit card debt. They don't respond at all to monetary policy because they have no savings, they have no borrowing. Nothing about their problem changes when the Fed changes rates. With my households with credit card debt, alternatively, a little bit to the left now, their credit card interest rate changes when the Fed changes rates, and that's going to lead to a direct consumption response to those rate changes. Yeah.
One of the things that sometimes gets a particular crowd not to like hyperbolic is that welfare could be debated. So I just want to kind of, what's the state of the debate when you have a continuous time?
There is an unambiguous welfare function. Because now is so short that there is an unambiguous welfare function. And let me actually just say as well, this is a prediction that I want to throw some cold water on because this prediction relies on households knowing their credit card interest rate when the Fed changes rates. I think households do kind of understand their credit card interest rate at some lower frequency. I'm not sure that they track it at as high of a frequency as this, model prediction says. I'm going to make one tweak to the model, which is present bias. But again, I'm not saying this is the only tweak we need. I don't think we're done yet. Okay, so let me now talk about the 2-asset model as well. So I'm going to add stochastic income because thus far we've been looking only at a deterministic model. And I'm going to add an illiquid asset. That illiquid asset, I'm going to treat it roughly like a 401k account. In particular, it's going to be like a diversified stock index. So I'll give it a 4% risk premium over the liquid asset, but it has volatility, 18% volatility. Households are free to put money into the illiquid asset, but there's a 10% penalty that they pay on withdrawals from that asset, like a 401k plan. When I calibrate this model, I've got two time preferences, beta and rho, that I'm going to calibrate. I'm going to calibrate beta, the present bias parameter, to match the fact that 52% of households have high interest credit card debt. It's going to give me a beta of 0.83. I'm going to calibrate rho to match the fact that households also have sizable wealth to income about 3.9. And so my households are going to be impatient in the short run with a beta of 0.83, but patient in the long run. And by making them impatient in the short run and patient in the long run, I'm going to be able to fit the credit card borrowing on the one hand and the illiquid wealth accumulation on the other hand. Let me now just double click into that a little bit more fully to show you how this works. So this model has 3 state variables: liquid wealth B, illiquid wealth A, the income state Y. It turns out that the overconsumption result is exactly the same as before, just present bias agents overconsume by a multiplicative constant. They now make another choice, which is their deposits or withdrawals to the illiquid asset. So what's going on there? If you let D hat denote the deposit or withdrawal choice of the agent without present bias, it turns out the deposit or withdrawal choice of the agent with present bias is exactly the same as the deposit or withdrawal choice for the agent without present bias. So what does this mean? Present bias causes you to overconsume, but it doesn't perturb your demand to deposit money into the illiquid asset or withdraw from the illiquid asset, conditional on where you are in the state space, to be clear. But why that matters is it tells you that present bias is a very precise target for getting credit card borrowing. These households overconsume, and it's that overconsumption that I showed you in the stylized model very naturally gives you credit card borrowing. But present bias doesn't really affect these households' demand to build wealth in the long run. And so by making these households overconsume on the one hand, but want to build wealth in illiquid assets on the other hand, I can fit the credit card borrowing while also matching the wealth accumulation in homes and retirement accounts that we see. All right, so that's how it works. So let me now just show you kind of the final plot of this figure. What am I showing you? This kind of solid line here, that's households MPC, conditional on their liquid wealth, and this distribution of bars in the background is households' level of liquid wealth. Ignore what's going on here on the left of the screen. That's when households max out their credit cards and switch to payday loans. I went somewhat quickly through the model, and there's not many households in that part of the state space, but focus really on what's going on here. All right. What do you see? I have a lot of households with a little bit of credit card debt, consistent with what we saw in the data, and those households with a little bit of credit card debt also have elevated MPCs, so I'm going to be able to match the MPCs that we see in the data, but do it without explicitly getting those hand-to-mouth households. And let me just show you one other slide because I think it's informative. So this is the liquid wealth distribution in the monetary policy according to Henk paper of Kaplan, Moll, and Violante. Right? They have this big Dirac mass of households at exactly that kink. 29% of households are at exactly that kink. 47% of households are at or just to the right of that kink. And really all that present bias does is it takes that big Dirac mass of households and distributes them a little bit to the left so they have a little bit of credit card debt, consistent with what we saw in the data with credit card borrowing, while still keeping MPCs relatively elevated because those households still have relatively high MPCs. And so that's all I've got. Conventional models fit high MPCs with a large mass of these ZHTM households. The data, however, does not support, I don't think, that reliance on households avoiding credit card debt. I gave you 2 propositions showing that present bias is a very tractable tweak to these models that can help to align the models with credit card borrowing while still matching the MPCs that we see, the illiquid wealth that we see, et cetera. And that credit card debt matters for thinking about how households respond to fiscal and monetary policy. So that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Andre, give it a go.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you, and thank you for having me here. So this is, I guess, a brand new paper on memory. It's at some level, it's very straightforward. I think a couple years ago, Nicola was giving one of our earlier papers somewhere, and somebody said to him that, you know, in the retirement history survey, they actually measure the quality of memory of people. So you can look at the memory models directly using the quality of memory. And so that's what we do in this paper. And we try to organize the evidence from the retirement history survey on people's differences in memory and how they shape their beliefs and behavior. Now, it turns out that there is a standard measure of the quality of memory, which has been around, I guess, for close to 150 years, which is recall fluency, which is this idea that you give people a list of words, and then there is a delay or there is no delay, and then you ask them to remember the words on the list. And the number of words that they remember is a measure of how good their memory is. Now, you can do it in various ways. You can do it more structured way, less structured way, but basically this is what, and this is how Ebbinghaus tested himself on his memory. So as I said, the health and retirement survey study, which has huge numbers of old people, collects this information. And so what we do is we look at this measure and we find several things about it. First of all, it's a very highly persistent trait, which is to say people's memories decline over time, but basically differences between people and their quality of memory are much larger than the decline. But also in the data, high recall fluency is associated with more optimism about things that they measure, like stock returns, own home price growth, life expectancy. And it has several other features which I'll describe. So it looks like this recall fluency thing is a bit like, you know, the measures of impatience or measures of risk aversion that actually probably even more persistent than we think of as pretty long-standing attributes of people. So one of the questions we try to address is how to think about retrieval fluency in a more or less standard model of memory. And so the way in which we think about it is as less interference, which is to say, if you're a high retrieval fluency person, then when you try to remember the words, less random things come to mind. And so, yeah, you can remember more. And so this is how we organize our model. And then from there, you can build a model of beliefs. So we test 4 predictions of this approach. The first is that people with high retrieval fluency are more sensitive to accumulated past domain-specific experiences. This is obviously very related to Ulrike's work, and I'll talk about that. Second, they're more sensitive to current cues about the domain, which is to say they're more responsive to information. That's actually pretty strikingly true. They're also more sensitive to non-domain specific experiences. But again, here the effect on beliefs is modulated by similarity to the domain that they're predicting. And this is the last one is sort of totally new to us, at least, and very cute, and maybe true and maybe interesting, which is that people with lower RF are much more likely to say that they're less confident about their answer and more likely to give an answer 50-50 to a question. So it may turn out to be the case that all this stuff about cognitive uncertainty and related things that people have been talking about actually is actually related to memory. So there is support for all the predictions. And I guess the reason that RF is correlated with excess optimism is because I think in the domains that the Retirement History Survey collects data, the news have generally been quite good. And, you know, in the health domain, of course, the advantage of the people who answer the questions is that they're alive. So there is some selection that may be the cause of optimism. Okay, so I'll come back to all of that. So again, the line that we want to push is that it seems like this quality of memory measure is a pretty important personal attribute that helps understand both beliefs and choices. Okay, so let me talk about the data. Maybe about the model, and then I'll talk about beliefs, and I'll briefly talk about choices. I mean, choices were, I mean, there's very simple things you can do, which is regress choices on beliefs, and it works. Okay. So the health and retirement study is US adults over 50. The data is from 2002 to 20. There is a new wave every 2 years. So about 19,000 respondents per wave. You know, obviously it's a very expensive survey. So there is somebody who comes to people's houses and talks to them, which is why they can administer these tests. So in terms of the beliefs and also outcome measures, there are 3 questions that have a lot of data. So there are other questions about beliefs, but they have a lot less data. So there is chance that mutual fund shares invested in blue chip stocks will be worth more a year from now. Chance that your own home will be worth more a year from now. And for life expectancies, chance that you will live to age X, where X is essentially plus 10, your age plus 10, which is 80 if under 70, 90 if 75 to 80. And I can't remember what it is for people who are over 80. So the cognition measure is recall fluency. They also measure IQ. So it's recall fluency is correlated with IQ, but it's quite different from IQ. So there is independent variation. You have a lot of demographics, and we'll talk about outcomes. Okay, so this is what recall fluency looks like, residualized for the demographics we have. Now, I should say that it's combination of 3 measures. You can use individual measures, it doesn't matter. One is this immediate recall, study a 10-word list, and then you just asked immediately how to which words you remember, to give a list of words you remember. There is delayed recall, which is the same list, but you have a 5-minute mental health questionnaire, and so you ask people after that. And then there is verbal fluency, which is also, again, a very standard test, although it doesn't go way back to Ebbinghaus, which is you ask to name animals in 60 seconds, net of errors, you know, so if you name things that are not animals, it doesn't count. And you get that score. So you can do the average, you can do the principal component, you can standardize, doesn't matter. We also have measure of IQ, which is some of the measures are actually a bit related to memory. So you ask people to count backwards from 100. Then you can ask people to complete a number pattern, and you ask people to convert probabilities into frequencies. And again, it's pretty robust.
There's a period when they were doing something called cognitive economics within this.
I'm not aware of this.
That was they
So for example, the Ravens matrices, they had a period in which they thought they were going to expand it very cognitively. And they have maybe a decade of more detailed questions.
I am not aware of that, but we could obviously look it up. So again, one of the only reason I'm bringing up IQ is that we always control for IQ, so it's the correlation is 0.4, but they're different. Okay, this is actually pretty telling to me. So this is the 25th percentile. Okay, these are people who survive for a long time. And this is from 2004 to 2020. So there is a selection bias. It will obviously look different if you include people who die. And you look at the bottom quartile, top quartile, and full sample. And what you see is that there is some decline over time, actually quite comparable to the decline in IQ. But that the differences are pretty stable, which is to say that people with better memory stay as having better memory, and this is important source of persistence. And it's true, again, you can look at it in various ways. Okay, this is the coolest picture to me, which is what I think is the most interesting set of facts. So this is stock market, housing market, life expectancy. First of all, IRF people are generally more optimistic. This is something I mentioned to you. But what's also interesting is that IRF people, the blue people, are more volatile in their beliefs. So for example, around the 2008 financial crisis, they become more pessimistic, but they recover faster. Okay, and this is true if you look at more nuanced data in a more nuanced way. This is in the housing market, this is even more extreme. So it's like, it's like, again, if you want to put this crudely, the minds of low RF people are kind of blank, which is to say that they're not really reactive to what's going on around them. In terms of forming their beliefs or in terms of forming their beliefs or reacting to information. And so this is one of the things we're going to try to account for with a statistical model. Yeah.
Recall, fluency, these are these tests off, like often then test screen for like dementia. So I'm wondering, their performance might be like predictive of like upcoming deterioration in health control or current, like could this kind of maybe reflect some like rational expectations?
I'm sorry, I'm lost. I thought you were going in a different direction. It may be that the people, there is more attrition of people with low RF because they die off because of dementia or some other reason. I'm not sure what effect it would have on the results. I don't know what you mean by rational expectations here.
They might be possibly rational. Recall fluency could be predictive of potential decline related to things like dementia.
You mean that they're just, yes, that may be the case. Yes, absolutely. So you will see what we try. We try to do some things about this.
Because yeah, if you have like absurd.
But there are some predictions, so for example, give me a few minutes, okay? There are some predictions. If you try to estimate a memory model and you'll try to use factors that are totally unrelated to health to predict these estimates of life expectancy, like how the stock market has done or whatever it is, that helps you. So it looks like a memory model, not a statistical expectations model. But let me get to that. Okay, so again, we use a pretty standard model of recall, which we've used before. And again, we know some, again, there's a lot of data on how, which words people recall. And so on. So, and we try to kind of apply this idea that beliefs are a combination of recall and simulation, and try to, and they're based on similarity to the cue and so on. Okay, so let me describe the model. So this is kind of, this model is evolving, but the essential parts are the same. Been the same for a few years. So we think of a frequency distribution over experiences that leaves a trace, and the trace consists of three parts, which is important, which is that S is like some numerical value, like past inflation or home price growth. B is the valence. And the reason that this is good news, bad news, so positive experience or negative experience. And the reason this is so important is because it allows you to think about retrieval and simulation of emotional experiences. So it helps account for the fact that retrieval of positive emotional experiences leads to greater optimism, which Stravinsky and et al. And Chanson, and we have found in other work. It's a very natural way to introduce emotion into a memory model. And C is the context, which is it about inflation, or is it about, are there other contextual fixtures?
I mean, it's not related to this paper maybe, but so it does not capture that, and then say I have an emotional experience versus a non-emotional experience, that the emotional gets more ingrained in and of itself, regardless of the bit.
It does not.
So
It
you
does
don't
not.
want to capture that?
Look, I've got enough on my plate, okay, at the moment. Yes, no, I'm okay with that. It's obviously true. This is true. What you just said is true, but it's not in this model. So this model operates entirely off of similarity. So there is a cue, which is some event like the current inflation rate, and it triggers retrieval of past experiences based on similarity to the cue. Okay, so that's kind of the object that's been central to this model of memory that we've been working in. And the closer is E to the Q, the more likely it is to be retrieved. So then the probability of this is the retrieval function, that given Q, E, and the distribution of experiences, a given experience E is retrieved, is proportional to similarity between the Q and the experience. It's proportional to the past frequency of experiences. This is the experience effect that Ulrike and Stefan talked about. And it's inversely proportional to all the other things that flood the mind. Okay, where they're weighted by similarities and frequencies. So if you have a very distinctive, this is apropos what you just said, experience much more distinctive than all the other stuff at the bottom, it's much more likely to be recalled. But there is no imprinting in this model. So experience is more similar to the Q, are more frequent and more frequent are more likely to be recalled. Experiences can be crowded out by more similar or more frequent experiences. And so the question is, how do you introduce recall fluency into this model? Now, before I get there, there are 4 robust patterns from world list experiments. There is primacy, which is earlier words are more likely to be recalled. There is recency, most recent words are more likely to be recalled. Contiguity, which is you recall words that are contiguous in the list. So if you're more likely to recall word number 6 if you recall word number 7. And then there is semantic similarity, which is extremely important, which is that if you recall car, you're more likely to recall window or something else. Okay. So what explains the differences? How do you get that from the model? Frequency can explain primacy because I'm giving something extra, which is the reversal effect. Similarity can explain recency because it's a more similar timestamp. It also can explain contiguities because words share similar context. And it also explains obviously semantic similarity. But what's important, and this is where we're going to get to recall fluency, attention plays a role here, which is instructing people to attend to a feature increases recall of words with that feature. And in fact, estimates of similarity depend on attention to overlapping features. So what we're going to do is we're going to interpret RF through the lens of attention to features. It's not the only way to do it, but that's how we do it. Okay, so this is how we bring recall fluency into the model. And this is, following the work of this fellow Nosovsky, who had a lion's share of good ideas in this field. We're basically going to say that similarity is modulated by this attention to features, which is to say that similarity is a function of attention to features times the distance between E and Q. And so more attentive I am, which is going to be like a proxy for recall fluency, the more similar E and Q are going to be for a given distance between them. So if you are a high attention person, your similarity assessment is going to be very sensitive to discrepancy. So you're going to be able to distinguish things more. If you're a low attention person, or low RF person, it's going to be insensitive. So that means that with a higher A, you get a sharper similarity gradient. You get interference from discrepant experiences dropping very quickly as distance increases. You get probability of retrieving words similar to BQ increasing. Okay, so you get from this formulation, you get the features of the word list task. So higher F means higher A, less interference, higher retrieval, higher probability of recall. Okay.
If I was to say this in my language, would I say it's a cost of learning that's impacted by this?
Look, so unlike in your language, we're not doing like too much optimization. A is not an variable over which you optimize. We think of A as kind of a natural.
Recovering from the data, it would look as if you had a higher cost.
It would be recovering from the data, it would look like a higher cost, yes. Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry. Well, that's what gives it the traction. So we think of A as like a technology, or that's another difference from what Anderson. Yeah, there was another, yes.
So I should think here of recall fluency as just being attention. Like that's the.
We think of recall as being a consequence of paying attention when you look at the list. Again, there is another way of, let me just say this. You can't put RF here because then it's like here and here, so it's going to cancel. You have to figure out how it is that paying attention to the words or whatever it is, encoding the words is going to actually matter for distinguishing things. When you have to produce the list of things you remember. So that's the reason for the formulation. Okay, and so then the second step, which is this other step, which we understand a lot worse, but it's clearly biologically true, and it's amazing, is this thing which I've been which we've learned about just a couple of years ago, which is this amazing discovery from whatever it is, 20 years ago by Hasselbis and others, which is belief formation and imagination, are very, very similar to remembering things. It's the same neural processes. So the people who have a hippocampus damage and can't remember things also can't imagine the future. And you can mess with mice and show that as well. And so on. So we think of expectations or beliefs as being the expected value, where the retrieval of experiences times the simulation of the future that these experiences bring to mind. And so this gives you kind of three things that we're going to bring to the data. One is that this is Ulrike's work. The domain-specific experiences simulate from signal realization something that's related to them. So higher past returns mean higher forecasts. Okay, this is that's the basic experience effect model. You also get the result that non-domain specific experiences lead to simulation based on emotional balance and similarity, right? This is the Kalbinsky et al. This is our most recent paper on Dutch households, which is to say, if I remind you of nice things, then your forecasts of something totally unrelated become more optimistic. And that's like ridiculously true in the data. And then this is the last thing, which may be cute and may be true, which is if you have a different context and no balance, you just sort of shut down, you simulate imagination, you shut down simulation and imagination, and you're going to go more likely to say, I have nothing comes to mind. So you're more likely to say, I don't know, or 50-50 or something, and I'll show you the data on that. I mean, it's pretty striking that the low recall fluency people are much more likely to not have an idea about about some future variable. Okay, so you can linearize the model around RF, and so it's you're going to basically separate things into an experience effect and this retrieval recall fluency measures of similarity between the Q and the experience. So belief anchored at the average simulation in the database, positive experiences means higher forecasts weighted by frequency but not by similarity. RF amplifies sensitivity to similar experiences. So you get greater role of DS experiences and similar NDS experiences, which are more similar to the Q. So that's the model, and then you can bring it to the data. So again, this is if you sort of linearize it again, and this is the regression this is for just DS experiences, and let me just explain this. So you can put beliefs on the left-hand side, you have a constant, you have the average experience, average inflation in a person's database, which is going to vary over time and across people. You're going to get a second term, which is recall fluency weighted experience. And then you get a third term, which is also important, which is the measure of similarity between the current signal and high and low versus experiences in the database. So if the signal is similar to high pass realization, then beliefs increase more. And this effect again is modulated in linearization by RF. Okay, so we're just kind of refining the model and bringing new data to the specification. Okay, so this is prediction one. This is the relationship between beliefs, RF, DS, domain-specific experiences, and cues. Prediction two is for NDS experiences, which is very similar, but modulated by the similarity comes from similarity of valence. And prediction three is that RF reduces agnosticism. How am I doing on time, by the way? I better.
More details about AP.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So you are indexing RF with I, but showed us the graph initially on how they go down with age.
Yeah.
So are you thinking about this as potentially also as varying within person? So I become then less affected by past experiences?
I mean, that decline is very, yes, absolutely.
And then one more question. Is it
Although
true-
is with your German guy, remember the primacy effect is very important. Whatever they,
It's German, but- No, but,
what's his name? Yeah, I can't keep forgetting his name. Your bank governor. The German.
Oh, Wallich.
Yeah, fine.
My son was also one. Yeah, exactly, exactly. But I have one more question. It is often said, and tell me if that's true, that as you're aging and maybe I'm becoming less good at like fluency, recall fluency, there's some deeply ingrained memories that stick with you, which is not necessarily, I don't know whether that's primacy, but like what I'm trying to get at is like it's often in the more popular memory press declared as this short-term and kind of longer-lasting memories that decay at a different rate. Is that true?
Oh, well, okay. So there are two things. There is primacy. There is also, which is not in our models, but is definitely important, is what the hell is now? I forget the name for the term. Is regurgitation. The fact that you keep thinking about.
Rumination.
Rumination? No, it's not called. No, it's not. What is the thing? It's in Sendel's model. It's the origin of primacy effects. It's that you keep thinking about things that they reinforce the memories. So I think if you have something, so this is like probably the origin of, let me not go into this. I mean, mental illness and the fact that you cannot just get some thoughts out of your mind. And so you cannot function because things can come, that comes from. So those are clearly important mechanisms of memory, but they're not in this model. Okay, predictions. So again, this is like beliefs. Again, there's a lot of discretion on how you measure these things, and you try to do it in many ways, and it doesn't seem to matter that much. But so the stocks, we think of the database of the average annual stock returns experienced since birth. Tried to do it since the age of 16, doesn't matter that much. The Q is stock returns in the past 12 months. Home prices, average home price growth in region of birth. The Q is home price birth. Home price growth in the past 12 months. Life expectancy. You can do many things. You can have childhood health and use childhood adversities of various kinds. And then the Q is current health. And so the prediction is that in this specification, this is the experience effect, gamma 1 is positive. This is the retrieval fluency effect, gamma 2 is positive. And this is the selective retrieval effect, which is again modulated by RF, and it says gamma 3 is positive. Okay, and so this is actually a fact that I'm most interested in, but my coworkers are not, which is that higher IQ people think they have lower life expectancy. It's absolutely true. In the data.
Are they right or wrong?
They have higher life expectancy.
But do they give a number like 70, 90?
I think the questions are about +10, probability of +10.
But that probably is checkable.
Yeah, whether they're right or wrong, yeah.
No, this is actually, you cannot tell in this goddamn database when people die. Okay,
They do in fact have exited.
they have people disappear.
No, they have, they don't, no, they're so good this time that they would actually send somebody. And they would do exit interviews about.
Good sources, well, we haven't tracked this down. So the gamma ones are positive. The gamma twos are positive, this is minus gamma three, the gamma threes are positive, so it sort of works. Not only does it work, it sort of works also quantitatively, which is to say that, you know, these are not small effects. So if you do the interquartile shift in RF on the various beliefs, you know, so these are people who have no idea what's going on. This is the mean RF, and this is the 75th percentile RF. This is a pretty large effect on the estimate that the stock market will go up. Pretty large effect on the estimate that home prices will go up. Pretty large effect on life expectancy. Actually, life expectancy, IQ, and RF effects go in opposite directions, which is kind of interesting. And you can, if you put in the estimates, you can sort of reproduce the patterns that you see in the original data, which is to say, you can reproduce not just greater optimism, but greater volatility or beliefs around or sensitivity of beliefs to events. Yeah.
Feel free to say RF0 tech. Who has an idea for this question? But I'm curious what like the R squareds are for the regressions you're showing. They weren't in the table, but also then like.
I have, are they in the paper? No, they're not in the. Well, I have the paper somewhere. If you look in my bag, there is the paper.
Fraction pack.
But so back to my question, whether they're right or wrong, so for the stock market, do they just ask if the stock market go up, down, or stays the same, or do they give a number, or what do they say? What's the best?
They asked them chances. What are the chances
Is
stock
that it?
market go up? Yeah, up or down, yes.
Can we come up with a rational benchmark? Like, you know, like say.
No, they're not, no, they're not. Look, this is a very good point, a very good set of points. I'm not saying that they're accurate. Okay, they are, remember, this is a period in which home prices and stock prices and life expectancy all went way, way up. So on average, everybody is too pessimistic. On average, everybody is too pessimistic. So the fact that we have is the comparative static on RF.
So one could say then that the higher up people are a little less too pessimistic, so are a little more realistic, or.
They're a little more, absolutely, they're more realistic. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to separate it from, why do they need to be more optimistic? So like, is there?
Because, well, the way in which the model would say they're more optimistic is because they pay attention to what's going on. And what's been going on is good. And so, you know, it's not that they react pretty negatively around 2008. So it's not that they're always more and more optimistic. It's not a trend that you're picking up here. And of course, everything is identified over the cross section.
Probably people are thinking stock market expectation as well returns for the IFOR.
Yes. No, we can do that. That's a good thing to do. Okay, so then the same thing is also true about NDS experiences, which is that, again, the model predicts that this RF weighted effect of NDS experiences is positive, and actually the NDS by itself should not enter the regression. That also seems to be true. And this is, again, this is something that people keep finding. As I said, Taubinski et al. Have this result. We have this result in our Dutch paper. Chenzon has this result, which is that this emotional state that you can induce, or they can be shaped by asking people to recall things, can sharply influence probability estimates of totally unrelated events. Yes.
The HRS was famous for being very early on income expectations too. So Mansky was very much one of the designers, which means you could.
How do you know all this history? You've written some papers with the HRS. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Matthew, was very simple. Matthew Spiro was very simple. But that means that they are responsible in large part for Richard's questions about earnings expectations, where Mansky was Dominitz and Mansky introduced quite good questions, and the HRS became the place where those could be tested, which means
Wait, this, excuse me, own income expectations. But these people are retired. So I guess this is pension and stuff.
You may be right. I may actually
They're old.
I think you're right.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so this one is a beauty. Okay, I have no idea what it means. I'm totally taken by it. So this is stock market, home prices, life expectancy, probability of saying don't know. 13%. This is the difference between low RF and high RF people. Okay, so 13%, 7%, 6%, 50-50 or unsure. Again, the difference 17% points, 15 percentage points. So they're much more likely to say that they don't know. Okay. So this is just like, this is the question of whether, I find this deeply boring, but everybody wants to see it, is are these things related to choices? And, because Giglio et al. Just like totally screwed up like a whole field by showing that in one data set it doesn't matter. So now everybody says it doesn't matter. And of course, there are 20 data sets in which it matters a lot. But people, like John Campbell say, well, Giglio also. Forget it. It matters, okay? The people, let me skip this part.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. 5 minutes. Yes. Okay. I'm going to finish sooner. Okay. Let me say this. One of the nice things about this retrieval fluency thing is that it's completely abstract. Okay. And so, like usual sets of objections about maybe there may be some information and are really not compelling. And so, you cannot, with an information story, explain amplified NDS effects, no reliance on own experiences over broader knowledge. With motivated beliefs, you cannot explain symmetric amplification of good and bad news. With low effort, you cannot explain the precise TS-NDS pattern. Anyhow, it's all just crap. Okay.
What you mean by ruling out information, since a lot of this went through information.
But why would an information story account for RF amplification?
An information story is some reason that you take in more or less from the world.
The
And you've
information
taken the-
story, okay, I have a narrow interpretation of what I mean by information, which is that somehow, you know, your health experience or your home price growth experience in your neighborhood has information about the future, as objective information about the future. Okay, and that is
There may be
It's very
somebody
hard to
who argue
imagine.
against, but I'm not good with it.
okay. I mean, that's a pretty extreme, but I'm saying that there is no reason why, unless you have a model of memory, that you call fluency should modify the use of information, should modulate the use of information.
I think you made good arguments that it will. So I prefer it that way. That, for example, they know that they don't know. And that's why they give, that's why they don't answer on a.
I'm not sure they know, they don't, well, they know that they don't know, but it's not, it is not the case that the higher F people are using information in a particularly rational way or using past data in a particularly rational way. They use it in ways that are consistent. Including irrelevant parts of the world, including irrelevant parts of, no, you can't have it that way, Andrew. I mean, it cannot be that if I ask you for your inflation forecasts and I ask you, you know, whether you liked the movie yesterday or you just saw, and that has an effect on your, what I'm saying is the following, is that if you like a movie, you're going to give a higher estimate or you know, a lower estimate of inflation rate. And if you have a higher F, then that effect is going to be bigger.
Let's disagree to disagree.
Okay, let's disagree. Okay, so that's it. You know, economists use measures of risk aversion and impatience to explain choices. So we think that there is this cognitive trait called RF, which captures an important part of memory technology. Actually, it's, you know, if you think about the kinds of things that development economists measure or that people who go do surveys measure, RF is pretty easy in the grand scheme of things, actually much easier than things like risk aversion that people measure in developing countries. And you can actually look at it. It allows you to map individual experiences and cues into beliefs and actions. So I think it's like another tool that you can use to bring memory models into economic analysis. Okay, thank you. See if there are any questions. Thanks.
I have one more
Okay.
question, one more minute, and then, like, it goes back a little bit to this short-term, long-term question I had. So it's, maybe I'm with you with ruling out information or these alternatives, but I'm a little bit stuck with maybe some version, a different version of intelligence, a different dimension of intelligence. And the reason why is, when I think about your memory work, I think more about it, I mean, kind of related to past experience. Like in my, you know, for my AFA address, I ask people, do you ever remember living through a period of high inflation? And I see what comes up. And I try to explore what determines what comes up for them. And whether these people for whom it comes up strongly are the ones who are able to do river, window, car, flower, or whatever the test is. It just seems so not related to each other. So
But what I'm saying is the following. Again, the comparative static, the cool comparative static is, suppose you look at people and say, did you ever live through a period of high inflation? And then you ask them, what's the probability? This is what the data say. What is the probability you'll live another 10 years? Okay, the people, there's two facts. One is the people who will say yes are going to have lower life expectancy for themselves. And two is that they have a higher RF. they're going to, that effect is going to be larger. That's what the RHS data tell us. That there is sensitivity to both relevant information, but also irrelevant facts, and that sensitivity. So it's not intelligence. I mean, this is actually, we discussed that in the paper. It's not that they're smarter. It's not that RF makes you smart. It just makes you much more sensitive to the cues or to the data that's put in front of you. At least that's how we interpret it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all so much for having me, and thank you all so much for sticking out till the last talk. And so, well, I will begin. And so I'm Matteo, and I will be presenting my work about price extrapolation, learning, and housing search, and I will be using evidence from Danish movers. And so before I begin, let me kind of motivate this project. And so essentially what I'm asking here is how much should you offer for a house once you arrive in a new geographical market? And so in this day and age, we tend to move more and more. And so the question is, are there systematic mistakes that are being made because we constantly shift the context in which we make our economic decisions? And so in particular, one salient example, at least for me, was this fact that many people move from the Bay Area to Austin due to work from home mandates, as well as the relocation of tech firms. And as a result, house prices in Austin ended up skyrocketing. And in fact, they doubled approximately over the course of a year. And so, of course, these out-of-towners moving to Austin could be different from the locals among many dimensions, such as income and wealth. But what I ask here is, suppose we had taken the exact same mass of movers with the exact same characteristics and only changed the location where they come from in terms of the origin housing prices. Would then the consequences have been different? Or in other words, you could reframe this question in asking whether this previous price exposure is actually causally influencing their willingness to pay for a given house once they move to the new location. And of course, I study this influence of this backward-looking behavior in a very high-stakes decision, which is housing search. Now, in the second part of the paper, what I also ask is essentially what is the mechanism behind this backward-looking behavior. And here you could have two, broadly speaking, explanation. And so one set of explanation will be more rooted in beliefs. And so this would be some form of geographic extrapolation of beliefs. I think that the housing prices in Austin are somehow similar to those in San Francisco, even though they are not. Or some other set of explanations would be more rooted in reference points. And so this could be due to loss aversion. I perceive the higher or lower house prices are a gain or a loss compared to what I was expecting to pay for a house, and as a result, I act accordingly. Or vice versa, it could be mental accounting. So I sell a previous house, now I have this pot of money that I consider my housing money, and then I just tend to use that pot of money to buy my next house. And then in the third part of the paper, if I have time, I will also explore what are the equilibrium implications for this backward-looking behavior. Okay, so then let me give you a little bit about the structure of the paper. And so first of all, the data. So this data is Danish registry data. And it has one key advantage compared to similar data sets in the US, that I can merge the tax data from the house buyer together with the universe of house transactions. So the most important confounding stories that you could think of, such as selection related to income and wealth, are controlled for by design because I just observe these quantities directly from their tax returns. Then, in terms of my empirical strategy, I leverage multiple complementary designs. And I will focus today on the main design, which is what I call a mover's design. That is, I compare the housing choices of people moving to the same location at the same time. And then I augment this with an instrumental variable that creates some exogenous variation in the house prices that these movers saw in their origin location, as well as a repeated sales index. And I also measure the value of the house using repeated sales to address concerns that might be related to unobserved housing quality. Then I complement this observational data together with a mechanism survey where I directly elicit the beliefs of prospective US home buyers. The main finding is that the overpayment for a given house and the origin prices that the buyer saw before the move are in this stark hockey stick shaped relationship. That is, let me explain. So suppose you move up in price, that is from a less expensive to a more expensive place, then I find that there is no overpayment in level or a very small overpayment in level compared to locals, and that this degree of overpayment is also flat in the housing prices that you saw in your origin location. And so this will be the head of the hockey stick. However, for the opposite direction of a move, that is someone moving down in the house price distribution from more expensive to cheaper, then I find that indeed there is an overpayment on average, and that the degree of overpayment is actually proportional to the house prices that the mover saw in their origin location. So this is the hockey stick pattern. And so here you would be tempted to maybe introduce some exotic preferences, such as, for example, loss aversion to justify this asymmetric behavior around the origin. And what I end up finding is that instead the data supports a simpler explanation, which is geographic extrapolation of beliefs, which is symmetric around the origin point. And the asymmetry is then introduced by learning as well as endogenous seller's acceptance. So let me return to the example. Suppose I arrive from a cheaper area, then I will tend to underbid due to this geographic extrapolation compared to the locals. As a result, local sellers will be systematically more likely to reject my offers, and I have time to update my beliefs and learn about what housing prices are in the destination location. Suppose I move in the opposite direction. Now I am overbidding compared to local, and so sellers are very quickly able and willing to accept my offer since I am offering above market price. And so as a result, I have no time to learn, and I end up realizing the overpayment. Yes.
That when you more expensive area, you sell your previous house, you have more cash on hand. So you can.
That's precisely the mental accounting story that I was referencing a minute ago. And so I will return to this, but essentially what I show is that I split between renters and homeowners before the move. And what ends up happening is that the result is actually even stronger for renters who are not selling a previous home.
So do you actually have that? I mean, that's a period that's observable.
Sorry?
Do you have the bidding history?
No, I don't. I have
It's a very, very solid prediction. It's really cool and there's data.
I have looked everywhere. If you know some data where they have bidding history, I'm super interested to discuss this afterwards. And so in terms of literature, let me be very brief here. I essentially contribute to this large literature on economic expectations. And here I would say that my main distinction is that I explicitly consider this geographic component of beliefs. Then there is this other literature studying behavioral real estate, essentially. And here I focus on home buyers and the roles of expectations, while most papers tend to focus on home sellers. And finally, compared to other papers that you might be thinking about where they study this difference of housing search behavior between foreigners and locals, well, these papers tend to focus on foreigners being different either among wealth or in terms of their wealth or in terms of their income or similar economic dimensions. While here I do kind of a complementary exercise, which is let's control for these variables and instead see what is the remaining component of this difference in behavior that could be explained by these extrapolative beliefs. And so in today's talk, I will devote quite a bit of time documenting the main finding and showing to you that it is robust to multiple identification strategy, and the main finding being the hockey stick that I was describing a minute ago. Then I will move on to the conceptual framework, and I show that this mechanism that I was proposing can explain the data. And finally, I move to the survey, and I show to you that the survey does directly support this mechanism of belief extrapolation. And finally, if I have time, I will also do a simple calibration exercise to show to you that this matters even at equilibrium. Okay. And so without much further ado, let's go into the empirical part of the paper. And so let me tell you a little bit more about the data sources. So I use, as I was mentioning, couple of slides ago, registry data from the Danish Tax Authority for approximately 20 years. And so the cool thing about the data is that I have one registry that has the universe of housing transactions in the country, together with a very rich set of characteristics, as well as their tax assessed values. Then I also have individual level, which I then aggregate to household level, tax returns, where I can find information on income, assets, and liabilities for the universe of Danes, and of course then for the subset of home buyers. Finally, for a subset of the years, I also had a data agreement with the Danish equivalent of Zillow, which allows me to also see listing prices from 2008 to 2017. Now, let me quickly define the three main variables that I will be using in my empirical analysis. So first of all, in my empirical analysis, I focus on movers. So here I define a mover as someone who moves across zip code boundaries and buys a house in the new zip code of destination. Then I need to define what I call overpayment for a given house. And so this, at least as a first pass, I will do using Idonic models. So,
what does it mean in Denmark? And do you have some reason to think that's the right unit geographically?
So yes and no, in the sense that the right unit geographically would be the most granular unit that allows me to have power as well as preserve anonymity of these people. And so this is the most granular geographical unit that you can do in the Danish data without having.
And what does it mean?
It's about 44 square kilometers on average, of course. And then there is variation. And the variation is similar to the US in the sense that, of course, rural zip codes tend to be bigger. Yeah. And by the way, I also did some robustness with respect to moving across municipalities and so. Yeah, and it holds true. Then I need to define what overpayment is. And so the first way in which I do it is a simple hedonic regression. So this hedonic regression is estimated using the full universe of housing transactions, so not only those of movers. And what I do is I simply regress the realized log sale prices for all of these transactions on a very rich set of characteristics and fixed effects, and end up having, for all of the transactions that I observe in my data set, some form of predicted price for that given transaction. And then the hedonic residual would simply be this measure of overpayment. Now, one final thing about the units, I do this regression log on log, so you can, whenever I refer to overpayment, you can interpret this as a percent overpayment. Yes.
So one of the big things that Zillow does here is that it gives you a prediction or an estimate of the house price. Does the Danish Zillow do this as well?
No, not for the majority of the time, at least that I have in my data. That's an excellent question. In fact, at some point in my data set towards the end, actually previous sale prices became public. This was a huge thing in Denmark, very salient. Actually crashed the website where they were hosting this because everybody was looking this up. It turns out that if you split the data around that date, indeed, this extrapolative behavior is a little bit attenuated afterwards. The difference is not significant, but it is very suggestive. Okay, and finally, I need to define what housing prices are in a given zip code. And so here I will simply take the log median sale price per square meter in transactions realized 12 months before you move. Okay.
Well, a nice feature of Denmark, from what I saw, is that a lot of the housing is incredibly similar.
Yeah, it's very
at exactly the same time in a big post-war boom, and everybody's now. So you probably, if it looks like you paid too much, you probably paid too much.
Yeah, and actually results are very robust, as I will discuss in a minute, to how you measure essentially the value of the house. But so then you could plot just in the raw data, essentially this measure of overpayment that I was describing a minute ago. So once again, this is percentage overpayment on the y-axis against the discrepancy between origin and destination price experienced by the mover. And so here, people on the left, on the negative, are moving up in the house price distribution. And here, people on the right are people moving down in the house price distribution. So as I was mentioning a minute ago, here you can see that in this area, which would be the people moving up, the relationship is quite flat and the level is quite small. It's approximately 1% overpayment, and we can think of this as an information effect. Just simply movers know less about the local market than locals that actually live there. On the other hand, here you can see that this is quite upward sloping. And so basically the rest of this section is convincing you that this pattern is very robust to proper identification. And so the first thing that you can do is, of course, do OLS with as many controls as you can think of. And so, of course, we want to compare overpayment between home buyers who observe different housing prices at origin, but we want to make these buyers as comparable as possible. So the first thing we do is, of course, add the destination zip code interacted with quarter of purchase fixed effect, so that we are comparing people buying in the same market at the same time, which is the most obvious issue. And then we add some origin zip code characteristics, so that we are comparing rural to rural moves or urban to urban moves. We're not comparing widely different moves. And finally, which is what, again, the Danish data allows me to do, I can add a rich controls also in terms of the demographics, income, and wealth of the home buyer. And so then, of course, still this is OLS, and we might want some form of exogenous exposure to origin house prices. And so one potential instrument that would be suggested by previous real estate literature, and in particular papers by Adam Guren, would be to use some form of the leave one out, of course, because I don't want to contaminate the variation in the instrument with your own house sale. So leave one out home equity position among sellers in the origin zip code in the 12 months before the move. And so why would this matter? What is the, essentially, why would this instrument be relevant? Well, there's two reasons that have been proposed historically in this literature. So the first reason is the down payment channel, which was originally discussed by a classic paper, in a classic paper by Jeremy Stein in 1995. And so here, the idea would be that essentially low home equity sellers have a binding loan to value ratio constraint for their next home. So for every $1 more of home equity they can extract on this sale, they get $5 more of house in their next purchase. And so as a result, they will tend to be more willing to wait on the market in order to realize a slightly higher price for a given house. A second reason why this home equity position might be relevant in determining the house price that a seller sets is loss aversion. So these people with bad home equity positions also tend to be about to realize nominal losses, which in general people tend to not like to do. And so as a result, once again, they're willing to tolerate a longer wait on the market in order to realize a final higher sale price for the house. Whatever mechanism, or even both mechanism, could be true in my data, but the relationship is the same. Lower home equity among sellers in the origin leads you to observe higher listing prices in your origin, as well as higher sale prices in your origin. So now here there is one thing that I want to be a little bit careful about, which is the exclusion restriction. And so there's two reasons why you might be a little bit worried here. And so the first reason is that if a lot of people in a bad home equity position are selling in a given zip code, it could be because something is happening there, and this something is happening to you as well. For example, a local labor market shock that is particularly negative. And so everybody just wants to move out immediately from that place. So what I can do there is I can add municipality of origin fixed effects so that I am comparing people within the same municipality in different zip codes. The idea being that then it's truly just some random variation in the characteristics of the sellers as opposed to a local labor market shock. The second thing that you could be worried about is spillovers to my own house sale. So suppose I am selling a house. Now the home equity position of the concurrent sellers might, at least in principle, determine a little bit of how much my own house fetches on the market, because these are direct substitutes to the product that I am also selling. And so to just deal with this, we could simply restrict to renters, which is also informative about the mechanisms, so that this spillover channel is just shut down by design. And so now let me present to you the results. And so let me start from the baseline estimates. And so in blue here, you see the elasticity of overpayment with respect to house prices at origin, estimated in the subsample of people moving up in price. And so you can see that this coefficient is statistically distinguishable. Vice versa, in yellow or orange, you can see the same elasticity, but estimated among people who move down in the house price distribution. And you can see that that estimate is in fact positive and quite significant. And let me also give nominal quantity behind this magnitude, which is 4%, and maybe it's not very clear whether this is a big mistake or a small mistake. So for someone moving down by 1 standard deviation in the geographic house price distribution in Denmark, this elasticity will lead you to overpay the median Danish house by approximately $11,000. So it's actually a sizable mistake. Okay, then what I can do is I can do a repeated sales design. And so here, essentially, the only thing that I'm changing with respect to the baseline is I change how I measure the predicted value of the house. Instead of doing these two steps, where the first step is a regression, is a hedonic regression, and the second step is this movers regression, I can do all of this in one step. So I simply directly regress the price that you pay on a fixed effect for the housing unit, so that I am just comparing housing units that are transacted at least twice to different buyers who observe different house prices in their origin location. So essentially I sacrifice power, but I improve the quality of the estimates because all forms of time invarying unobserved quality are just controlled for by design in this case. And you can see that if anything, actually the discrepancy between the blue estimate, which would be again moving up, and the orange estimate actually becomes larger, suggesting that if anything, unobserved quality correlates in the opposite direction that selection bias would predict. And instead it's more consistent with an information story where people moving down in the house price distribution tend to transact fast when they are less informed, and they tend to buy homes that have lower unobserved quality. But in the end, also the coefficients are not statistically significant. So this is suggestive, but not definitive evidence. And then finally, I can present my IV estimates using the instrument that I was describing a couple slides ago. And you can see that once again, the estimates look very similar. So no matter what you throw at it, you end up finding this asymmetry between the elasticity when you move up and when you move down in the house price distribution. Then in the paper, I do a bunch of additional robustness checks. So I do first time of buyers only. I do placebo renovations to address potential concerns with respect to time varying unobserved quality, and I show that neither the seller is more likely to renovate the house right before the sale, nor the buyer is more likely to renovate the house right after the sale in a way that correlates with house prices at origin, so that essentially these people are not just buying systematically fixer-upper or recently renovated homes. And finally, I do also an event study to show that these movers are all on similar income trajectories over the long run once you add all of the controls that I add in my baseline specification.
It's actually an interesting thing in relation to the talk I was giving. Nobody's representing the buyers. This buyer, what you're saying is that the buyers show up somehow in the market structure. But the fact that they're willing to pay a lot of money means that the agent is willing to tells them to make a bid that will get the house, which is higher than they needed to have bid, but gives the agent more money. So
yeah.
May well, in other words, there's a market structure feature. Somebody could be competing this away, but they're not.
No, absolutely. As you were pointing out, the incentive of the agents are to actually reinforce this bias, if anything.
Sure.
You get bigger commission, and these guys out of your hair faster. You're super happy to get one of these buyers.
Interesting question. Sort of talking about question. Can you just say a little bit more about the structure of buying a home in Denmark? I guess it's an agent intermediated market.
Yes.
Probably should, because it's kind of like this is going to impact, how.
Of course. So it is more similar to other European markets. I don't know how familiar you are with them, but essentially you have these agencies that tend to have multiple homes listed. So these are seller side agencies. So if you are a seller, you go to one of these agents, you say, oh, I want to list my house for sale. They will post it up in their shop, essentially. And then if you are a buyer, you will walk there and you will be like, oh, I'm interested in buying a home. Usually home buyers in Denmark do not get an agent. They just have some form of lawyer, let me say, that essentially helps them certify the transaction and everything, but they do not necessarily hire a buying agent, which is also not required, of course, by law. Yeah.
So related to that, this be price discrimination by the agencies. So you walk into a shop, you're like, hi, I want to buy a home. Where are you coming from?
The country,
Exactly. Where are you coming from? I'm coming from nice parts. They're like, here's the price.
Absolutely. So ultimately, like, what is the final micro foundation as to why this works? I do not take a super strong stance, but it could be mediated as well by the selling agency doing price discrimination. Of course, this price discrimination wouldn't be possible if these people had the same willingness to pay. So there must be ex ante this difference in willingness to pay.
Do you have, in some markets, you would have things that get listed market?
Yes.
So you would know that this house was put on at various different prices at different times. And so you could actually track time, both time on market of the house and whether they marked it down so forth.
I do some of that, not the markdown part, actually, not the indicator for whether they marked down, but they do look at whether the house was sitting on the market for a long time. How this systematically relates with the house prices of the at origin for the buyer.
They always try to make it look like there's a list price, and so another thing that just looking at the list price, the gap to the list is interesting.
And that I do look at. And so I decompose, essentially, you can easily decompose this effect in two parts, which one is like, do you enter listings that are overpriced? And one, how much do you drive down the listing during the transaction? And the effect is roughly 50-50, 60-40, depends on the, but I really like your point also on looking at price revisions. Yes. And so having said that, let me give you some additional evidence that is indicative, of course, not smoking guns, of this geographic extrapolation phenomenon. So first of all, as I was mentioning, the hockey stick tends to be attenuated among more sophisticated home buyers, and this is true among many different dimensions of buyer sophistication. So you could, let me click on this. You could take, for example, whether the home buyer has a master's degree or not, and you would see that indeed, like the discrepancy between the blue and the orange dot tends to be smaller if you do have a master's degree. This is also true depending on age, which would correlate, of course, with the experience on the market, as well as wealth tercile, even though this third measure of buyer sophistication is a little bit less statistically significant. And so having said that, there is also a second feature of the data that is, I think, pretty cool, and again, points, at least in a suggestive way, towards the mechanism. So this hockey stick attenuates when there is high price dispersion at origin. That is, if you've seen houses go for any kind of price in your origin location, that you won't have a strong of a prior at what a house ought to be sold for. And so as a result, you tend to anchor less once you move to the new destination location. And the opposite is true instead once we look at the price dispersion in the destination. That is, suppose you move to a location where housing stock is very homogeneous, and so all homes sell for exactly the same price. Then I end up finding that in this case, this extrapolation channel plays less of a role in determining your overpayment. And then finally, leveraging an inheritance design, I show in the paper similar results, but like flipped for sellers. That is, I studied the selling decisions of children who inherit a parental home in a location that is different from their current zip code. And I show that essentially all of these results work flipped once you look at those house sales. Okay, so having said that, let me try to introduce a housing search model and show that if we augment this with this mechanism, then it can explain this asymmetric pattern in the data. And so this is a very simple housing search model. If you are familiar with bilateral housing search models, here essentially what I'm doing is just a partial equilibrium where I look at buyers, and this is going to be my baseline model. And so I have a buyer coming from some origin and looking for a house in some given destination, and then the model timing will be super familiar, and it's as follows. So every period you pay some given search cost with some probability m. You are randomly matched with one of the sellers in the destination market. Upon being matched, you will see some match-specific IID taste shock realization for that given house. So essentially, this is how much I specifically like this given house that I'm currently visiting. Upon observing the realization of this shock, you can make a take it or leave it offer to the seller. Then the seller either accepts, in which case you end up with the house and you end up paying whatever price you propose, or the seller can reject, in which case both parties will resume their search. Okay, and then for the sellers, essentially their acceptance rule is just a threshold rule. They would prefer to realize the transaction today because they have some given cost of waiting. But if you offer too high or too little of a discount compared to the current market price, then they will just turn you down and they will decide to wait instead for the next buyer. Okay, and so then this is how the Bellman equation would look for this dynamic program. The main things to say here is that the key trade-off here is the price versus wait time. So for a given house, you could offer a lower price, and then this would lower your probability of acceptance, but would also increase your net utility if that offer ends up being accepted. And then there is a second channel, which is the option value of waiting, which essentially means that you can always wait for a better realization of this match-specific shock. But the key insight here is that at least in this rational baseline model, there is no reason why the house prices that you saw in your origin location would affect your behavior and your bidding strategies. However, now let's augment the model. And so we could model this geographic extrapolation very simply. So essentially you misperceive the location parameter of the house price distribution. So instead of perceiving the correct location parameter, you perceive the location parameter to be some linear combination between the house prices that were true in your origin location and the house prices that are true in your destination location, where the weight that you give to your origin location is governed by this parameter theta in 0, 1. Okay, and this will lead you to misperceive then the acceptance probability of a given offer. In particular, if you arrive from a more expensive area, you will be too pessimistic about the acceptance of a given offer, and vice versa if you arrive from a cheaper area. Then, as I will discuss in a moment, if I just add geographic extrapolation, of course, you will end up with very counterfactual predictions in the model because there is no room for learning. So even though these people are in this market forever, they will keep trying to find a house that is impossible to find. And so what I do is I add a very simple learning process. And so here is just some form of Calvo learning. So in every period, there is some probability alpha that you finally wake up and you realize your mistakes and you become de-biased and you just learn the true house prices in the destination location. In terms of micro-founding, this admittedly somewhat reduced form, geographic extrapolation, you could be essentially as rational or as behavioral as you want to be. You could micro-found this using some flavor of a Lucas Highland model where you use your local house prices to then forecast aggregate house prices, which you then use to forecast destination house prices, or you could use a model where past prices, for example, intrude in your belief formation process. Again, the observational data does not allow me to separate between these very specific micro-foundations. Okay, so now let me show you how these extrapolative beliefs would affect, at least according to this simple theory model, your overpayments. And so here I'm essentially plotting the same figure that I was plotting in the raw data by using instead model predictions. So in the blue dotted line, you can see the rational benchmark. And so the degree of overpayment for a given house is flat in the house prices that the buyer saw in their origin location. Then if I add extrapolation, I obtain, this is the purple line, this upward sloping relationship. However, note that for these people here, I have a rapidly diverging search duration that is counterfactual in the data. And so that's why I add the learning process, and the learning process ends up also giving me the hockey stick pattern that I observed in the raw data. And so let me explain why it creates this effect. So suppose you are someone moving down in the house price distribution, so you are in this area. As I was mentioning at the start of my talk, then your search duration is relatively low. And so even though I add learning, you won't move very much from the no learning phase because you're not exposed to learning in this environment for very long. Vice versa, since the search duration is strongly increasing, when you move up in the house price distribution, then this line tends to move quite a bit away because you are exposed to the learning for a long time. If you're moving up in the house price distribution, that creates the asymmetric band that then gives me the hockey stick. Okay, and so now let me present to you a little bit of direct survey evidence for this extrapolative belief process. And so what I did is I recruited 1,000 prolific participants, and I made sure that I was only recruiting prospective home buyers. And this nowadays you can do in Prolific directly with their screening tool, but I also added a further question in my survey that made them confirm their prospective home buyer status, and I just discarded people who were not part of the sum. And then the main survey is just two quite simple modules. The first, which is what I'm going to focus on today, is the housing expectations module. And so here there are two main elicitations. The first elicitation is essentially list at least 3 zip codes where you would like to move. And then there is an intermediate elicitation, which is tell me the zip code in which you currently live. And then I ask them about house prices in all of these zip codes of origin and destination that they listed in the previous questions. Then the full survey also has an hypothetical choice module that also aims to test for. Yes, sorry, I should have been more precise. So I need to have some ground truth to compare the answer to, so I am very precise. Redfin releases for researchers this data that has, for every quarter, the median house price, the median sale price for a given house in a given zip code. And so I'm very careful to align the question to the data that Redfin makes available for researchers.
Personal median is, because you've got to, I understand what you're doing, that's working.
Fair enough, fair enough. I do some robustness checks showing that whether the house that I look for is similar to this median house does not affect the results. So even if I keep the sample of people that are actually looking for a house that is very similar to this median house, then the results end up going through. Sorry, so 50% are and 50% are not. So there is this recent paper by Dance et al. That discusses whether you should or should not incentivize people in these surveys, because at some points incentives can become so confusing that they might actually bias behavior. So essentially I take their incentive structure and I apply it. Exactly. And that's precisely what I do, exactly like their gold standard. Like I literally copy paste their procedures. So yeah. Anyways, it turns out that results are not very sensitive to whether you incentivize or not. As you would expect, in a sense, these people are about to spend, you know, $500,000 to $1 million on a house. I would, in a sense, hope that my $2 of incentives don't, like there is something very wrong if giving them $2 more for being right about this affects their beliefs very much.
But you got to be careful with that argument, because it makes it sound like they should know enough not to be fooled by their origin.
They do know enough, and I will get there in a minute. Actually, they do know quite a bit about house prices. They just don't know everything. And so this is exactly what I was. This is them knowing enough. Like so, if you look at house prices in their origin location, and so you plot the log of the forecast on the log of the truth, what you obtain is actually not that far off from the 45-degree line. So suggesting that in fact these people are quite well calibrated about house prices. However, now if I instead regress the forecast errors about the destination house prices on the discrepancy between the forecasted origin sale prices minus the true destination sale price, what you end up finding is that there is a strong positive relationship between these two quantities. So essentially, who is making a positive forecast error about house prices in the destination? People will come from a more expensive origin, which is precisely what I was mentioning a minute ago. The second thing that I want you to take home from this figure is that notice that beliefs are not ex ante kinked in any possible way. This is symmetric, and this is consistent with my theory, because then the kink comes from this intermediation that happens through the sellers. So this is all perfectly consistent with the theory. Then finally, there is one more doubt that you might have about this data, which is the fact that I am regressing forecast error onto some forecasted quantity. So you might think that this relationship is attenuated. So what I do is I actually do also an instrumental regression where I instrument the forecasted origin sale prices with a true origin sale price, and actually, once again, results go through quite similarly. Okay, yes.
Under the price.
Sorry? Yes.
Kind of different that on the
Yeah.
Can I see that figure again?
Yeah, this one, like the last dot here actually is indeed a little bit flatter. Yeah, because so this is just saying about the level of beliefs, not about, yeah, like this is also true about the origin location. It seems like on average, for whatever reason, people in levels underestimate house prices. Okay, and now finally, let me very briefly at least talk about whether this extrapolation matters at equilibrium. And so what do I mean by this? And let me give you a sense of the model that I used for this calibration exercise. So essentially, this is a classic bilateral housing search model in the spirit of what was developed before me by Adam Guren, as well as Monica Piazzesi and co-authors. And so essentially, I take a Guren model and then I introduce a flow of entrants in the spirit of Piazzesi et al. And so essentially, you have an endogenous entry of foreign buyers. And these buyers decide whether to enter or not on the basis of the value of some outside option of living in some other city that is not modeled in my data. And so then I introduce a moving shock, which is simply changing the value of this outside option. And so in practice, I calibrate the change in the value of this outside option using IRS migration tables so that I create flows that are similar to what I see in the actual data. And what I ask is, for example, for the Austin to San Francisco migration, I ask, okay, what would have been the price increase if these people had rational expectations? So if they did not geographically extrapolate, and then I re-estimate the price change, assuming that there is indeed these extrapolative beliefs. And so essentially what I end up finding is that absent extrapolation, the house price increase in Austin would have been approximately 7.3% smaller. And so you might now think, or you might now ask, why is this effect relatively larger compared to the elasticity that I was estimating in the reduced form at the beginning of the presentation? And so this is because there are two implications of this flow of overpayers. So the first one is that they have a direct effect. So foreigners indeed offer a high price, so they drive up house prices in the destination location, and they're also more likely to transact conditional on a match. So they are overrepresented when you now do the average house price in terms of their weight in this average. However, there is also an important indirect effect, which is that it makes the sellers, in a sense, more choosy. So they also increase the seller's outside option even when they are dealing with locals, because now the local seller can tell to a local buyer, look, if you don't increase your price, I'm just gonna also wait for a non-local to come by and I will just sell to them. Yes, perfect. Yeah, I think I'll actually finish earlier. And this has been documented before in a flipped way when we look at the effect of foreclosures on housing prices, where it's the opposite, that buyers become choosy when there are foreclosures because they can essentially try to get a home from one of these fire sales. Okay, so let me now just conclude my presentation for the day. So essentially what I'm saying is that house prices at origin do affect a very high stakes choice at destination. The mechanism points to this geographic extrapolation of beliefs and learning over time. Finally, what I showed is that the equilibrium effects on the destination markets can be meaningful, and in particular, a small mass of overpayers can raise house prices for locals by for unbiased locals by raising the seller's outside option. And so in a sense, this misperception creates some form of negative externality, if you will. And so the policy implication is that this asymmetry in behavior is pushed into the aggregate, and that in general, this misperception will only accelerate gentrification, and it tends to not slow it down as much because unbiased local sellers can just decide to wait out biased non-local buyers and wait for them to learn about local housing prices if their bias is in the opposite direction, where they would be trying to underpay compared to locals. So if you want to avoid this gentrification, you might want to also accompany any policy that shifts people in time with some salient information delivery. And so this is all I had for today, and thank you so much.
Thank you.